In 2020, game developer Hoyo risked everything financially to create Genshin Impact, and well, we all know that saying the game had a successful launch would be an understatement. One breakout success can be attributed to circumstance, but two makes it a pattern, and so, Hoyo proved that they were able to create another massive hit with the release of Honkai Star Rail in 2023. At this point, it seemed like they had truly cracked the code, and with their levels of ideas and execution, any project they saw through to release would become an instant global phenomenon. Slated to come out in 2024, Hoyo's next game, Zenless Zone Zero, appeared like it would be no different.
What's up? How am I the first one? Well, it's 6:30. I guess normal people time.
Keeping the same level of quality that we were used to
eating,
by this point, with somehow even more visual polish, featuring fast-paced action.
I was watching this video. And then I was like, oh, this video is so interesting. It's Red Flame. Red Flame was from like a long time ago that I knew Red Flame from. I don't know if he's still in college, but I remember when he was doing YouTube from a while back, he was like in the middle of college. And I saw him in like real life a couple of times at Anime Expo like years ago. He's a really cool dude. And I guess he started making videos more consistently, and I completely didn't realize. And this video popped up on my feed, and I was like, oh, this looks interesting. And then I was like, oh, shit, it's Red Flame. And then I was watching it, and then I was like, what's up, Lou? I was watching it, and then I was like, oh, shit, this video, I'm interested, but it's an hour-long video. It's 51 minutes long. So I was like, whatever, I'll just stream now. And I'm just going to watch it on stream.
Gameplay in an urban environment.
While I eat. I'm almost done eating though.
So on July 4th, 2024, the game was released publicly worldwide, and there were plenty who instantly fell in love with the game, but also just as many who felt like Zenless Zone Zero simply didn't click with them. While the game managed to have objectively impressive stats for its debut, it was clear that it did not quite live up to the successes of its predecessors. It certainly didn't help that plenty of other gacha games were becoming more popular, further contributing to players starting to feel fatigued having to keep up with so many at the same time, but regardless, it was clear Zenless Zone Zero had some problems. Not problems that could be fixed quickly, but rather ones embedded deep into the core design of the game, which everything else was built upon. And so, over the past year, ZZZ was forced to make
This video looked very interesting. I'm sure Red Flame doesn't mind me watching this video on stream, because I'm a nobody. If he does have issues, then he can just DM me and I'll take this video live stream down, I guess.
Unprecedentedly significant changes, ultimately becoming a very different game compared to what it started as. This is the story of how Zenless Zone Zero sacrificed its unique vision in the pursuit of success.
You went to the ZZ collab?
I suppose we should start from the very...
I knew about it. I found out. Thank you, AC, for 3 years. Thanks, bro. Hope you're doing well. I knew about the collab, but I found out the closest location, Papa Beards. I really just wanted the Anbi and Bernice standees, right? But I wasn't aware of the release date because I was too busy with the move and stuff. And then I found out 2 days after release or the launch of the collab, and I looked up like where Papa Beard physical locations were, because you have to go there to buy the cream puffs and then you get the standees. I found out the closest location to me was 3 hours away. And I was like, well, shit, do I want to drive 3 hours? And then I also found out, yeah, the one in New York, yeah. And then I also found out my friend lives 15 minutes away from the store. So I asked him, because, you know, like, yo, go get me. I'll pay for the food. I'll pay for everything. I pay for shipping. Just, can you go and see if they have it? He went and checked it out, and they were already sold out after, like, the second day. So I was really bummed out about it. But you know, I was considering maybe I just buy it off of eBay or something, but they're expensive now. They're like $100 for both, Anbi and Bernice standees. So like, I'm still debating on it. I really want it though. This is like probably one of those standees that you kind of really. It's Bernice and Anbi, and I'm like, I really want it, but I'm sure it's gonna get really hard to find them in the future. But yeah, it's like $100. I got the pin badge. Which one did you get? Isn't there like 6 different types? I wanted either Anbi or Bernice, but I mean, what am I saying? I wanted them, but obviously I wasn't gonna get any because they are all sold out. Yeah, Anbi, nice. Good on you. Good job. Yeah, I'm still debating if I want to get it on eBay for $100 for both. Still debating.
Very beginning though.
I maxed her out the
On
only
May 8th,
4-star.
2022,
Nice.
a new Hoyo game was teased for the first time with this website.
Ah, the good old days.
Suddenly appeared on the Janus Quarters August Street some 30 minutes ago.
On the left showed a calendar counting the days until May 13th, and the center had a staticky TV. All we knew was the title of the game and its app icon from Twitter. It was heavily theorized at the time that the genre would be first person.
I know these people. Ha! Oh my god. I know them.
Shooter, which is rather funny in retrospect because that obviously ended up being very off the mark. That doesn't count. On the 13th, the first trailer was uploaded to YouTube, where we finally got to see the game's fast-paced, hack-and-slash-esque action gameplay. Already, we were seeing the most unique character designs Hoyo had ever made for their playable characters,
True.
fluid and bouncy animation,
Zenless Zone Zero is going online. Tons of freebies are up for grabs.
higher graphical fidelity, and immaculate music taste. The video encouraged viewers to sign up for the game's tuning test or first closed beta that would be launching soon after. Obviously, there were a ton of things here that weren't ever intended to make it to the final game, but at the time, it wasn't known what would stick. I mean, for one, the gacha wasn't even implemented yet. An example was that all missions used to cost battery power, the game's time-gated energy
Oh my god, I don't remember that. Oh yeah, what happened? Now I think about it. Hold on, let me go in the game actually. When I saw Billy, I was like, let me in ZZZ. That's funny. You know what I just noticed? Billy's mask has like Oni horns. Right here. Right here. It's a stylized mechanical Oni horns. I never realized that. What's up, Akko? I'm early. Yeah, I was watching this video and I wanted to I was watching this video and I wanted to watch it on stream because I'm just like chilling. Where is this going away? Oh, there you go. He's like close to Starlight Nights. Ah, I see. Sure, yeah, okay. I almost forgot that oh my god, I don't know how to play this game with the mouse. I almost forgot that this game had a We don't use this anymore. Have you guys noticed that? Like, we don't. When was the last time we actually used this? Like all this. Commissions? Well, I mean, like, from the main story. Because I remember the main story was from here, too. But now the main story is all, like, storytelling from, you know, character dialogues. I guess that's just because the TV thing all went away. So this is, like, also less useful. I don't know.
System, and I think we're all glad that they chose to move away from that. As for my initial impressions of the game, I really enjoyed it on pretty much all aspects, but I was still a bit skeptical about recommending it to others. I'm gonna say now, straight up, not everyone is going.
By the way, this is the video. If you guys are curious. We still do when we go to HDD or DDD. I forgot what the TV is called. Okay. Hold on.
Going to like this game. For once, something I said aged pretty well. It was
Things all
immediately
disappeared
clear
during
that
the
the
Sons
game
of
was
Caledonia
trying to
arc.
appeal to players of roguelike games, which typically have a gameplay loop that entails entering a gauntlet of randomized battles with randomized.
That's, yeah. In the beginning of Zenless, it was supposed to be a roguelike game. Like, heavily. Damn, now it's so different. Onlywalk, what's up? I am early today. Sup. I wasn't doing anything, and I wanted to watch this before I stream, but then I was like, why not just stream while I watch it? So here we are. All of my lore is meshing because Hoyo be using a lot of Easter eggs. True. Happy Sunday. If we ever have to go to it now, it turns into a bang boost of EOS. Right.
Events and modifiers. These games are praised for their high levels of replayability and on-the-fly customization, but using that formula as the main gameplay for a gacha business model had yet to prove successful. Zenless attempted to capture the roguelike essence through upgrades called Resonium, negative modifiers you'd accumulate by exploring called corruptions, and gear coins that you could spend mid-run. You always had the option of choosing a riskier path to increase your strength or staying safe but weaker overall. Unlike other gachas, this was not exclusive to a specific game mode, as it was active in even the most low-level basic missions.
Do you guys remember that minigame? I forgot what it was called. The one that we were playing a lot of. For that one content creator thing that we were doing. What's it called? Bizarre Brigade. This thing. What's up, fake DVR? I'm gonna be honest with you. This game mode, this mini game, was more entertaining. Like, this roguelike mode of this mini game was more entertaining than the actual roguelike mode that was presented for Zenless' main core gameplay in the very beginning. Because this minigame's roguelike mode was so simple. You didn't need to think too hard. You just need to, like, get good. The Zenless, like, main core aspect of the roguelike mode that they were trying to build in the very beginning, it's like you needed to know too much. It's like the barrier to entry for a casual player, it doesn't exist, you know, like this. It's just so complicated. I understood it and I had fun, but if you look at it in the perspective of, like, casual gameplay, it's like, oh my god, this is too much. I need to read everything. Like, not even lore. I'm talking about, like, skills and, like, what buffs you get and what they do. I failed because they threw lore in it. Maybe.
Roguelike elements were all facilitated via the TV segments, where you move along a grid and interact with various tiles. There was plenty of negative feedback about these portions being placed in between every fight, and though some figured it would just take time to get used to it, its overall effect on player perception and retention was much worse than we could have ever imagined.
It was pretty bad. I didn't mind it, but it was pretty bad for like normal people.
Fast forwarding over the other two closed beta tests because they pretty much just gradually transitioned toward the version we'd see on launch. Zenless Zone Zero released worldwide on July 4th, 2024. Hoyo went all out on the marketing as we had received 36 promotional YouTube videos prior to release, including character teasers and demos, a pre-release special program, and a few music videos.
His name's Joseph?
To release, including character teasers and demos, a pre-release special.
Don't they all use like one-letter names now? Oh, dude. His name got leaked. What's up, Joseph?
Special program, and a few music videos. They kept the momentum going with the first lore teaser dropping a few days after, foreshadowing the Void Hunters, the canonical strongest characters in universe. The developers clearly had a lot of confidence in their game, but how did the players feel? According to the data, they were losing interest fairly quickly. No matter how these statistics were measured, we can see that proportionally speaking, Star Rail made around 32% more revenue in its first month and Genshin 80%. The graphs tell a pretty clear story here. For Genshin, more players downloaded as word spread about it, and they continued to spend as they got more invested.
I can't use this as a metric because this is during COVID. It's very, very different, I would think, on a normal situation. But I mean, it exists, so you can't deny that it happened. So the chapter lore teaser video, we still don't know the story route, but we know we will learn more about the Hollow. I like Zenless Elysia. I'm waiting for Zenless Elysia, the pink hair girl.
Invested. Meanwhile, Zenless Zone Zero peaked
oh my god,
launched, with spending consistently decreasing as time went on.
Oh my god. Jesus Christ. Wait, this is across the first month. Well, that's not. Nah, this is expected because it's a gacha game, and I guess this is when Zhu Yuan came out, and this is when Ellen released with the game, and this is when Zhu Yuan came out. It's expected. This is only a period of 1 month. What about Star Rail, Elysia? I don't know too much about Star Rail right now, so like, I don't know. I'm infoless. I'm ignorant. Turnisha, what's up?
There were undoubtedly outside factors at play here, such as the pandemic ending, but it was still clear that something about this launch wasn't going as smoothly as it could have been. There were many areas of the game that had clear room for improvement, but the TV gameplay was evidently the most polarizing part of the entire game.
Also, at this point,
gacha
game in a lot of
about how it hurt the experience for them. Although its presence had been massively toned down from the first beta, with Rosonium and Corruptions notably being relegated to the weekly Hollow Zero mode instead of all missions, in addition to less time spent on the TVs, that didn't do much to fix the fundamental reason behind why it was disliked. Although I enjoyed it more than most, even back then I could understand that it heavily interrupted the flow of gameplay. In roguelike games, it's common for there to be breaks in the action as you shop for upgrades and things of that nature, but you are always free to jump right back into the core gameplay as soon as you're ready. Zenless Zone Zero, on the other hand, basically split your game time in half between combat.
Oh my god, I love how he broke that down. Red Flame's so smart. That's so true. Basically, the TV mode and the combat mode like completely split our not focus, but the consistent interest. English is hard.
In navigating the TVs. It certainly didn't help that the game had to wait and load in between every single transition. Then there was also the additional padding of intro animations and stage clear animations, which although looked very nice, would be shown to you so often and further bloated the time spent transitioning. Another downside that wasn't as talked about was that the TV segments tended to drag down the combat portions with it. Skipping optional fights was practically encouraged, as they'd make it take significantly longer to complete a given mission. It made sense to have them when Warzonium were still present, as fighting an enemy could potentially lead to your next fights being easier, but since those were gone, there was now much less purpose. It's somehow the opposite of Hoyo's general philosophy of further incentivizing you to engage with the game through bonus rewards. This would be the first of many examples of how changing one aspect of the game can trickle down to negatives in adjacent areas due to systems being built on top of each other. On paper, the idea of the TV mode might sound like it has no merit, so why were the developers so insistent on keeping it despite all the negative feedback? Well, thematically speaking, it's perfect for the game. In ZZZ,
That was my actual debating point. Because lore-wise, the TV actually makes sense. With the whole being a navigating, we're navigating, and there's like things like, you know, hello carrots and all that stuff. Like, it makes sense. So thematically, lore-wise, it makes sense. So I really did enjoy that, but the actual gameplay of it was like definitely not fleshed out.
you play as a proxy who can't enter the dangerous hollows yourself, but you are able to guide a team through it using your robot pet assistant called the Bang Boo.
I wish
the
Gotcha
TV
can
segments
make a
mirror
Hades
this
type
while
of
being
rogue game.
stylistically on
That would
point,
be like
eliciting the feeling of being the hacker, a common movie trope in a game that is
a really
very
popular
upfront with
game.
its inspirations from
If they-
movies.
if
It
they
also
get it
laid
right.
a foundation that was much easier to modify and randomize, as we'd see with the different game modes. And truthfully, they did put in a lot of effort into making the TV portions unique and interesting when possible. Chapter 3, the last of the story to be included in version 1.0, had us explore the Ballet Twins Hollow, and I felt that they really went all in on selling the idea of a haunted environment, making it feel completely different from the areas we went to before. Unlike in prior hollows where you could see everything, the lights were off, forcing
True, I did like this.
you to illuminate light bulbs to see around you. There were also ghosts that could move you back, and you could deal with them by simply avoiding them or hitting them with your infrared camera flash. This simply wouldn't work without the TV mode, or at least it would take a lot more development resources while also being significantly less customizable. Version 1.1's Camellia Golden Week event also took the TV mode in a bit of a different direction, having a large single area that gradually opened up with mini games and combat segments scattered throughout. This included things like dodging incoming obstacles to the beat and your run-of-the-mill ice tile puzzles. Even if you didn't
These
enjoy
weren't
it,
that
you had to
bad.
admit that the devs were doing their best to innovate rather than just hoping everyone would
It
start
was still
liking
pretty
it. The version
entertaining.
1.2 special program seemed to corroborate these sentiments, as they optimized many of the animations to try and fix some of the
And what's the Golden Week one where what was the one where you had to literally like level up your Bangbu? It's almost like you're spending like so many hours grinding in the TV mode, but like it was really fun because you're slowly getting like thousands of HP, thousands of attack, and like you were just getting OP and shit. And then there was like a portion of it where it was like you can farm super effectively. That was a commission. That shit was long, but it was really fun.
pacing issues. It appeared like they would try and continue to make improvements on the existing formula. However, the tone took a hard pivot only a week later when a 30-minute dev face-to-face video was unexpectedly uploaded to YouTube. It should be noted that Hoyo has never done one of these with Genshin or Star Rail, as they typically leave any addresses to the community within special program live streams. The video being standalone indicated that the devs were serious about making change.
Prophecy Quest?
mean,
I don't remember.
Just look at this video description. This announcement included plenty of well-desired quality of life updates, such as backup battery charge for when you're at max energy, and being able to farm bosses beyond the hard 3 per week limit by using battery power, but the statement that everyone was talking about was that for 1.2 and beyond, the main story would not be including the TV mode at all. And
Damn. It's kind of sad, but like, I honestly do think it was the best move they could have made. For me, the TV is good only for events. Yeah. You haven't done it yet? The grinding mode? It was fun, but it does take a lot of time. You have to like sit there for hours.
to double down on it, Blitz Operation would be added to Hollow Zero, allowing players to collect their weekly bounty commissions without any interaction with the TV mode. Although they did state they would try to also add more enjoyable TV gameplay, the writing was on the wall. It was originally implemented because of its flexibility with unique storytelling opportunities, and if it wasn't going to be used for that, then what? Not having it be the main focus would also mean less incentive for the developers to continue working on it, leaving the players who enjoyed it concerned. The comments on this video are proof that there did exist at least some of an audience for this type of gameplay. However, Hoyo themselves have access to much more player data and feedback than we do, and it seemed like those things must have been indicating that the TV gameplay was nothing but a failure.
To put that, he's putting it very nicely. To very blunt about that, they needed to cater to people who weren't spending money. I'm just being honest. I'm just being honest. One of my friends who started playing in 1.6 brought up a good point. TV mode is not great in a situation when it's hard and impossible to lose. Example, main story, it's just a chore, sure. But Hollow Zero, Withering Domain, where your decision in TV mode matters, is actually fun. Oh, wow. Okay, yeah, I see what you're saying. I don't... When was the last time I did Withering Domain? It took me a second for me to realize what that was.
It certainly caused players to leave, but would continuing to support it really keep those other players around? Oh, and also, 1.3 implemented the worst iteration of it that the game had ever seen for some reason. A YouTube walkthrough shows that the Mystery of Arpeggio Fault event takes almost 5 hours to complete, and there was not a single actual fight in
This is what I was talking about. People were complaining about this? Wait. Is this the same one? No, I lied. No, this is not it. No, this is not it. What I was talking about was something else. This was annoying. I still haven't finished this. I only did just enough to finish. But there's so much extra shit that I had to do like 100% completed, and I didn't want to bother doing it. This is this thing. Not this. Oh my god, how do I play this game? You actually like that event? It just took so long. That was the problem. At least for me. Like, it wasn't just few hours. It was like literally you had to sit there. This. I finished most of it, but then now I have to go in and do all this extra stuff. Like, I guess it's not that long. But I didn't want to do it. Why? Why am I in here? Get me out! Get me out. Get me out. I guess I don't have too many things left to do. Are there crystals? Or the polychrome? Yeah, there are. I should eventually do them. Like, here's 210 I didn't collect. Another 210. That's why I did 30 minutes a day. That's smart. Yeah, this is talking about this. And I really... This took a while. I didn't like this version. I liked it. I liked the other one. The commission one.
It, but most players forced themselves to complete it because it had Nightboo as a part of its limited time rewards.
True.
Its gameplay
That's
had
also
you
why I did
recruit
it.
playable characters to follow you around, where they'd auto-battle enemies as you ran around collecting items and buying upgrades. That's it. I liked the TV mode plenty in its original form, and I have no idea who this event was appealing to. It only served to highlight the sluggish monotony of the mode at its worst, the complete opposite of the creative and interesting storytelling which made me like it in the first place. It seems like they had already decided that it would be phased out before this, but it certainly did not help the mode's reputation as it was on the way out. 1.4 marked the final
That's
nail in
definitely
the coffin,
possible, yeah.
as the TV sections, officially named Array Mode in-game, were retroactively removed from 1.0 story commissions. There was an optional toggle added to go back to them, and a handful of commissions couldn't be reworked to begin with, but this officially marked the end. Although they had promised to rework it in the past, it seems like the game has since moved on, with little to no hope of it coming back. We've had the new system for plenty of time now, where you solely navigate through the combat zone, and it comes with its own fair share of issues. There certainly are upsides, like no interruptions between combat segments and larger, more sprawling environments, but it's evident that so much was lost in the way of diversity and creative elements.
I guess
I
that's
went
true.
back and played the updated final mission of Chapter 3 in the Ballet Twins, and the unique gameplay represented in the TV mode has no presence whatsoever. It's just fight after fight. The one thing that caught me off guard was the statue that would supposedly induce structural changes in the surrounding space. I didn't remember this part from the original
Yeah, I don't
version
know
of the
what this
mission,
is.
so I was curious as to what would happen. It ended up turning the building upside
What the-
down, which didn't have a single effect on gameplay.
It's just for lore.
And might as well have not even been a sequence to begin with. We've since gotten new areas like the Outer Ring and the docks, and while they're visually stunning for sure, they don't feel any different to play, which is a real shame. The devs have attempted a few things to try and shake up the exploration aspect, but it's incredibly
This is so easy, so elementary.
difficult to add anything meaningful. Every now and then they'll throw in a little fetch quest to distract you, or some kind of puzzle like this one.
True.
Occasionally they'll mix it up with some kind of new gameplay element for combat,
This
like
was-
attacks coming.
I thought this was pretty cool. I think if I remember correctly, the reason why this was happening, there was a reason for reason this was happening for lore, but I forget what it was.
From the sky that you can hide under cover to avoid or just straight up dodge, but with the telegraphing and how easy it is to avoid damage, it's fairly easy to ignore completely. Then there were times where they changed up the camera angles during combat, and while those were definitely fun to see, the gameplay itself was pretty much the same. The one time they attempted
Oh,
something
yeah.
radically
Oh yeah, this was cool.
different by adding in a motorbiking segment, it was cool, but its novelty wore off just as fast, and I have a feeling they were aware of that because it wasn't reused any time after. 2.0 includes
True.
some adjustments and additions to exploration, but I'm not sold yet. The perception techniques don't appear to be more than just stopping, pressing a button, and
I
moving
feel like
on
this is
nothing
spoilers to
happened.
me.
I do think they have and will continue to do a pretty decent job in terms of diversifying the types of enemies we'll encounter in different areas, but that only goes so far on its own. The new Lemnian Hollow is a larger, seemingly pre-made open area, which appears quite similar to what we got in 1.4's Into That Pale Wasteland event. While I thought the event was fairly unique and fun, it feels a little strange that it might be the main thing going forward. It's a big departure from how Hollows were originally described as constantly changing, playing into the randomized roguelike nature of the game. Yeah,
So essentially, then Zenless Zone Zero is basically a glorified version of the same thing but with different story and different characters as Honkai Impact 3rd, right? So like, which is, it's not like to talk shit of either games. It's more like they ended up making two games that overlap each other, which is not a good business decision, but one way or another it happened, right? And as a consumer of it, I don't mind. I play both games, right? So then now the only thing that Zenless can do is just make the story that much better, and then just have that carry everything. Because if you don't do that, then everything about this game is very similar to, like, there's no real uniqueness to this game besides the story. So they gotta like crank up the dials on like, let's craft this story to like always be a masterpiece, and that's not easy.
it can be explained as each hollow being
How
different.
does your experience differ for each game? I'm going to be honest with the combat. Zenless Zone Zero is more fun to play. I think Honkai Impact 3 combat is more flashier, but the feedback, like the haptic feedback or like the way you feel on impact and those kind of like emotionally driven things, I think Zenless does better. I'm talking specifically with combat, and that's partially because this is a newer engine, I assume. And Zenless is more heavier to run, so it makes sense. Everything makes sense. The story parts of Honkai Impact 3rd and like Zenless, they're pretty much, it's a storytelling game. So like that, in that sense, it's the same, right? Not saying one story is better than other. It's like, that's just preference, but it's a storytelling game. Everything else, it's like, but they both have gacha. Everything else is pretty much same. The only difference is like how the combat is played, and the story is obviously different. Star Rail? Yeah, Star Rail is The only thing that's really different from Star Rail and Zenless is just the fact that Star Rail is a turn-based game. They're like essentially the same game with the same idea. Sure, there's different ways, different events, and those kind of things. It's a gacha game. They're all like, so like, what differentiates one gacha game from another gacha game? You know, story really, and then just how the game mechanic is. Those are the only two things. And when I say story, I also mean like characters and stuff, like their lore and things. I personally enjoy Zenless a lot only because the combat feels satisfying for me. That's it. The story's good. Every game's story is pretty decent. So like, let's just say that's all even on the scale of like entertainment, enjoyment. But like Zenless combat is somewhat satisfying for me. But if they somehow screw up the combat too in the future, then we're gonna have huge problems. At least the way that I feel about the game. So far the combat's okay. I like the way that they're trying to improve on the older characters, like buffing them. But I feel like undoubtedly this game is also gonna fall victim to what do you call it? Just more HP enemies. So I don't know. Like I said before, Hoyo be meshing lore together because they're Easter eggs. Yeah. It's because all their story for all their games originate from the same point. They all have the same concept, even though they're told a little bit differently. And that was their goal from the beginning anyway. HP inflation, yeah, that's the term. I stopped playing Genshin and Star Rail. I'm focused on gooning. That's why I play. Nice. Your priorities have shifted. For me, it's art style and story. The art style, the animation is unique. Zenless animation is very unique. I'll definitely say that. You know how like the characters are overly animated? I really like that because that's different. I haven't seen that from like much of a lot of other gacha games. It's just so over exaggerated, which is like unapologetically overly exaggerated. So it's unique and it's really cool and they kind of own it. So I really like that aspect of it. But then they need it because everything else in the game is not very unique. The only uniqueness is maybe just that and the story, obviously, because every game story is different. And then that's it. It's especially after they got rid of all the TV stuff. I mean, not to say the TV thing was like really all that good, but it was unique. Love how they rework Ellen. She feels like a new character. I am happy. You know, the buff for Ellen doesn't even really make her that like stronger of a character. It just makes her a little bit more entertaining to play, right? She got stronger for sure, but because you know there's like a little bit more attacks in her chains, so she does an overall higher DPM. But just because they did it shows to me that they're committed, and just seeing the commitment of the team like reworking older character was shocking to me. And after actually using Ellen's new thing, it wasn't all that crazy, but it was more like, okay, she definitely feels better. I enjoy it. So I was more happy than anything, really, right?
But it really goes to show how drastically the nature of the game's entire creative direction has shifted. I'm sure there are players out there who much prefer the streamlined nature of what we currently have, but I can't shake the feeling that the game would have had so many more opportunities to build varied and dynamic yet highly cost-effective experiences if the TV mode was kept in. It was by no means a flawless system, but it had real strength that should have been worth exploring further. The decision to remove it was undoubtedly one of, if not the biggest gameplay change we'd ever seen in a Hoyo game, but it wasn't the only area Zenless Zone Zero felt the need to make improvements in.
Okay. What else they got? Like I said, they got rid of the TVs because they needed to make money. Because the reason why they needed to do that is because they wanted more players to play, and for more players to play, they need to cater to a certain group of people. The sell on ZZZ went up after the changes they make, and they have less toxic player after anniversary live stream. I'm very careful about that observation because I don't have the data, so I don't know how it actually is. But sometimes, I'm not saying this is true, but this is why I'm saying I'm cautious about it. Sometimes less toxicity means there are now less players. The games that have the most toxicity are the games that have the most amount of players. So like, I like where this is going for this game and the changes they're making. I enjoy it because I'm biased, but we'll see. I wonder if they're actually making more money. Not sure. How I view it as ZZ got niche. Kind of like Tears of Them is niche. Yeah, I'm really curious how much they're making. Because, like, I don't know, but I feel like they're losing money for this game. Maybe not. Maybe the money that goes out to, like, pay employees and all that stuff, maybe it's not really that high. That means the employees are overworking. I don't know.
To be fair, Zenless got a lot right with its initial direction for combat. Characters, called agents in this game, are categorized by the premium tier S rank and the basic tier A ranks, and each one can equip a weapon called the W engine to get extra buffs. Each has skills for basic attacks, special attacks, dodges, assists, and ultimates, yet they all function very differently. You pull them from randomized rolls on the gacha, which feature different banners every 3 weeks. To enter a mission, you form a party
I do
of
like
3
how the
agents,
game's
which still
developers
heavily
make
emphasizes
each
team
character
building,
very
but puts
unique
a lot
and
more
fun to
focus
play.
on how you pilot each individual character. In that regard, I'm sure
I think they
took
definitely
plenty of
did good on
inspiration
that. Oh my
from
god,
Hoyo's
Honkai Impact
biggest
3rd!
game before Genshin, Honkai Impact 3rd. So obviously, I know HI3 exists, but at many points in this video, I will continue to broadly reference Hoyo games, and that won't be including Honkai Impact. Not because I dislike it, just that I've barely played it, so it falls outside my area of expertise. Same applies to Tears of Themis, if any of you play that. Characters have a move list with plenty of intricacies to learn, making each one feel unique to play. The combo list might not be as complex as the fighting games, but having a good understanding of the agent you're playing certainly does go a long way in improving their performance.
Not only that, it makes the game more enjoyable. At least for me. This might not be true for everyone because some people don't like getting all down and dirty with the fighting game combo learning, all that jazz. But for me, knowing how a character operates makes the game more enjoyable for me.
It also adds a big reason to enjoy using particular characters outside of their raw numbers. My favorite team to use is Chingy, Zhuyuan, and Nicole, who were all released very early on. With gacha games, it's fairly common for units to become obsolete in power, even within just a year, but somehow I keep finding myself going back to this team. I think the design of each of these agents says a lot about the level of care put into the game's combat.
Damn, I do like Chu Yuan, but she's so clunky. I do like her too a lot. I love this party. I used to use this party like all the time. Chu Yuan's so clunky nowadays, though. JP Zenless is top of the chart. JP fans, I can see why JP community would enjoy some of these characters. They're very like anime centric, even though these are all anime games. Tears of Themis is floating because they have alternate universe events, and the events are great. It keeps the player floating with the main story updates. I see. CZD just needs to find their type of niche, for sure. Thing is, I'm not a committed ZZZ player because I get bored upgrading to millions and one things, so I stop and then come back for story or interesting agent because I get bored upgrading the discs and Vengeance, I don't really do too much upgrading on the discs either. I maybe spend like a day and a half of like saved up, like I haven't played for like 2 weeks and I have like insane amount of stamina saved up, and then I just dump them all in like 1 or 2 days, and then whatever I get, and then I just move on. So I understand. Like I can't grind this game every single day. Sometimes I do, but the only reason why I do is not to make my character stronger, but really just because I want my polychrome so that I can use it on future characters. Other than that, like I sometimes purposefully let my stamina stack up. I do. Even though you lose out on efficiency, I just let him stack up sometimes, and then I come back when it's full. Because I don't care about being super efficient. I just want to like, binge play and then like not play for a week or two. The fighting mechanic looks very simple and the streamline in this game compared to Honkai Impact 3. True. I want to play Julian, but her I like the idea because they introduced the, in the middle of your attack chain, if you roll or if you move your analog stick, you can roll and like you can dodge. Like, you know how Ju Yuan has the thing where in her middle of her attack animation, you can move and then she can like slide and dodge and then just do a perfect dodge and stuff, which is kind of hard to pull off. But if you do pull off, it feels really good. So it's so interesting that they included that kind of mechanic so early on with Ju Yuan. But it feels so hard to pull off as comparative to someone like Trigger. Because Trigger's like in animation dodge rolls are so much fluid and they give you more room for like pulling it off. Ju Yuan's, you just fucking the window for like actually dodging in the middle of her attack chain is so small because her animation for attacking is so long, so it feels so clunky. I do think ZZ is slowly becoming a hack and slash type of combat. To a certain degree. But if you play like the endgame stuff, it is a little bit, I wouldn't say difficult, but it takes a bit to kill some of the characters. Yeah, I mean, if you have Miyabi, you just win. So, yeah. I just bought Lycan from the free selector. I'm dreading building him. You don't need to build them. I have so many characters I haven't built that I should have. Like, I'm still not building Pan, the panda.
Direction. Qingyi is a stun type unit who has a unique gauge that builds up when she deals electric damage, and it can be spent to do a special charge attack. The start of her basic combo deals physical damage, meaning that to play her optimally, you are ideally starting combos with a perfect dodge attack or an EX special attack, since they go straight into her electric damage loop. These mechanics
I felt like I was in the middle of a guy's video there.
Directly reward good reactions and resource management. Like other stun agents, she deals high amounts of daze to enemies to set the team up for chain attacks. Ju Yuan is an attack type that is a shotgun.
Are we in a guide video? What's going on?
So you want to ensure that when doing actions that reload them, such as ultimates, EX specials, and more,
I guess
you
we're in
aren't
the
wasting any. She deals bonus
section.
damage to stunned enemies, making her a great follow-up to Qingyi. And lastly, we have Nicole, one of the free characters you get very early and a support type unit. She has incredible utility, being able to shoot a black hole that pulls in enemies in an area and increases their damage taken, making it very useful for both small enemies and large bosses. It also allows you to do a quick assist into Ju Yuan and further boosts ether damage, making the synergy for this lineup really strong.
Yo, I'm telling you, I don't know if any devs will ever get this message or watch this video. Just anybody who's affiliated with Zenless team, if you hear this message that I'm about to say, please like let them know, because I've been saying this for months, if not over a year, how to make your combat more unique and more rewarding. And I've been saying this for probably more than a year. You need to incorporate unique chain attacks that is affiliated with factions. is exactly how that sounds. If all your party member are all from the same faction, your chain attacks should do something more interesting. Why does the faction system even exist if you're not going to do that? They said they're working on that. Did they actually? I won't believe it until I see it. You gotta get on it, because I'm kind of shocked that wasn't a thing that they added to the game from the very beginning. Because if you had it, not only will you make more money, the combat's more enjoyable. I'm just saying, they kind of had it with Coletta and Ben. You know? For style or for more damage? Both. Like, think about it. I don't think... You know the combo with Ben and Coletta? You know what I'm talking about, right? The combo that only happens when Ben and Coletta are doing a chain attack together. That, I don't think does more damage, but it's really cool to see. But they should do more damage. It makes sense if they did. They gotta do a lot of that. Then I'll be on board. I'll be like, holy shit, you guys actually good at making games.
Because this is a team I've run since 1.1, I feel very comfortable using them, and I personally prefer to
give
run
it like
them
different
over other
animation,
teams
different
which may
damage
be
counter,
considered
different
stronger.
effects.
For example, Trigger has the exact same categorization as Qingyi, being an electric stunner, but how they play couldn't be any more different. As opposed to Qingyi's heavy necessity for field time, Trigger just needs to quickly fill up a meter to launch follow-ups when your other agents attack. She's definitely a powerful stunner, but I simply don't have as much fun playing her. There are diehard players out there who make it their life's mission to clear everything with Billy.
Oh yeah, I recently heard about this. I didn't know until I started seeing people talk about this. There's apparently a Billy main that only uses Billy to clear the hardest content in existence of this game. And they actually do it. I was like shocked. I'm like, holy shit. Because Billy's not very like crazy. I can see some people gonna say it's gonna be restricted because you need to put all characters of the same faction. Well, that's not true, because factions, they also have A-rank characters that are like essentially easier to get. Well, I guess technically you do need to pull for them. Maybe that's true. Maybe they should incorporate giving free A rank every time they release new characters or something like that. It shouldn't be too hard. At least I don't think so. Not more significant damage though, because it forces people to pull faction agents instead of having more unique playstyle mix and matching agents. I wonder how hard it would be. Okay, for example, let's think about the current situation. Yichuan, Pan, and Fufu. If Pan was free, then it would definitely lessen that restriction, I guess. And then that means realistically what they should do is, I know they're not gonna do it, because giving away like free characters, even if they're A rank nilly-willy all the time, is just not gonna happen unless they pull like a Genshin thing. I think they do something similar already, no? Don't they give like one free weapon and like one free character or something every other patch in Genshin? Think of a world where every faction over a course of like 2 to 3 patches, it's like 2 S rank characters and 3 A rank characters, and they give you the 2 A rank characters for free. You know, like every other patch essentially. Then I guess it would be fine if that's what they did. But I wonder if they're even going to consider that. Probably not. So maybe you're right. They should do something even more unique. Like, if you have Bear team, you get Panda, you get Ben, and then you have another bear. Like Therans. A Theran combo. Genshin can do that because they have a lot more characters, so it doesn't affect the bottom line. That's true. Maybe in the future. Have you seen DPS been clearing the game? No.
the game starting DPS, and it's genuinely impressive. Something like this doesn't happen unless your characters are both extremely likable and fun to play. Outside of the design of individual agents, the universal mechanics across all characters is another big factor in why people love the combat in this game. The pace is always kept fast thanks to how mobile everyone is, move speed is high in general, but characters with abilities that would normally keep you locked in place can seamlessly reposition and dodge mid-combo, or otherwise ignore damage with invincibility frame.
Bro, I'm telling you, Bear team, Umbrella team, we gotta get like these kind of like combos going.
The movement makes it so chasing enemies down isn't that annoying, and you are always putting out damage thanks to being able to cancel pretty much any attack into a dodge. Then there's Anomaly, which introduces a whole other style of combat by executing consecutive anomaly disorders on enemies by stacking damage of the same element. Any agent can do them, but ones of the anomaly classification use it as their main form of damage. And lastly, there's the defense type, which doesn't have many characters, but can be plenty useful in keeping the team alive in game modes without a timer. The overall satisfaction with combat has always been quite high, which is why it came as a surprise when in the aforementioned dev face-to-face, they also announced that ultimate attacks would be completely reworked. We had gotten smaller adjustments before this, such as the lock-on function, manual chain attack activation and cancelling, and user interface adjustments, but this was a significantly bigger change. So each agent of course has their own resources to manage, with all of them having energy for enhanced special attacks, and a bunch having their own unique gauges.
Do you guys think all the characters having separate gauges for their ult was a positive upgrade? Or do you think they could have done it better in a different way? Because the way that it is now, you know, the one they changed into, I think it is definitely better than the previous, but I also feel at times that it was a band-aid solution and they could have made it better, more interactive or more unique, but then I felt like trying to come up with something like that would just be pain in the ass. Like, for example, instead of giving everybody ult meters, because, okay, what I liked in the beginning was the fact that having one ultimate meter, to me, it didn't play out this way, but when I first learned that there's only one ultimate meter for everybody, that signal to me is like, oh, that means using this ult on a character needs to be something that I need to mentally like choose. Like, what's the pros and cons of using a certain character for the ult? Like, make it more challenging in a way to for me to like figure out, okay, what ult that I use will be most beneficial because I can only use one ult, right? But then it just turns out what happened was no matter what, you will use your ult on your DPS character. If you use your ult on your support character, you're a dumbass. That's what it was in the beginning, right? There was no incentive of using your ult on a support character or a stun character. It wasn't like you using your ult on a stun character magically stuns them immediately, you know? It was more like, oh, you increase the stun gauge by a little bit more. You could have just done the same shit if you just did a regular EX kind of like feeling. But then they gave everybody an ult meter now, and then I wonder if there was like a better way to do it. I think it is. It gives other character more field time now, which is a lot folks ask for. I guess so, but then now we're like, give me a support character that is all field. Yeah, separate ult meters for like, yeah. There's this show called We Bear Bear, and they're Polar Bear and Brown Bear and Panda, and some people even try to recreate in ZZZ. They should add more bears because I can get my bear comp. Having separate ult benefits Chingy because after using her ult, she gains half a bar to use her hold attack. Yeah, but in her case, that's correct. But when we used to have only one ult, you would never do that for Qingyi because you would still use that ult on your main DPS character, right? But it is beneficial in the overall scope of like more damage if everybody had ult meter, obviously, and that's what happened. I'm thinking what would have been like a more unique way to do it. I feel like the only way that could have been better is if they reworked everybody's ult. But they were obviously not going to do that. Like, for example, like I said, if you gave a choice of something like, I know this might sound more complicated and maybe they would have never thought of doing this, obviously. But instead of having everybody's ult at 3,000 decibel, give each character an ult that is of different value of decibel. Does that kind of give you a vision? Like, for example, instead of needing 3,000 for a singular person's ult, maybe DPS character needs, maybe not even DPS, maybe one character needs like 1,500. Maybe one character only needs like 500. If you did it like that, then maybe the managing the decimal number, the points, it's more entertaining in terms of like being like trying to figure out how to do it to more efficiently, or make it so that every character's ult actually has something very, very unique. For example, like something like Qingyi's ult instantly stuns the enemy. Like, obviously, that's maybe perhaps too overpowered, but you get what I mean. That is another thing folks are having to pay attention to and can get distracting. True. And I guess that's why they didn't really go down anywhere close to that route, because they still want to cater to like it, ease of play. But if it was something like that, that's probably something more along the lines of something that people who are like hardcore sweaty people would enjoy more. But it would have been more entertaining, or more interesting, I should say. Because Hoyo is making a bunch of games with different gameplay, I still don't know where is ZZZ's identity. ZZZ's identity is basically Honkai Impact 3. It's the same shit. Like I said earlier, the only difference between those two games is the story and I guess the characters. Ult effects? Yeah. That only work if the agent ult is useful to begin with, so they would have to rework agents. That's true. So basically it comes down to rework everybody's ult so that everybody's ult feels meaningful and a little bit more balanced. Because like, some characters' ults are just feel like they don't really do anything. Sometimes I don't even feel like their ults do more damage. I feel like I'm just using it for cool animation. And then I don't even know really what they do because they just feel so unimpactful. I'm sure they do more damage, but it just doesn't feel that way. I think they kind of do have that to a degree. Different agents to generate decibels at a different rate. Yeah, but generating decibels and spending decibels for ult, it's like, what's the word I'm trying to look for? Like prioritizing whose ult is the most important. But again, it's always the main DPS's ult that is always more important because it's just damage based game. You know how obviously I know I shouldn't make this comparison because number one, the genre is different, and number two, it's just like such a good game. But like, you know how Expedition 33 they have certain characters that when they use a skill, you kind of have to do a quick time event to get the maximum damage out of their their attack. I know quick time events are kind of like, sometimes if they're done badly, it's so cringe. It just feels unnecessary. But quick time doing good quick time events is like difficult. Because sometimes when you're playing a game and you're in a fight and then it's like a scripted quick time event, it's just so fucking cringe. But like if it's a meaningful quick time event where it like like let's say hypothetically, you guys know that you guys know May's Hersher of what was it? Is she Origin? Is May Hersher of Origin? She's Hersher of Origin, right? You know how her ult, that battle suit, has the slashing thing, like the Acheron ult, you know, like the slashing thing. You spam the button and she slashes a lot or whatever. Imagine, yeah, the blade mode. Imagine, like, let's say for Miyabi, for example, right? You're using Miyabi's ult. And then in the middle of her ult, there's like 3 quick time event really fast. Like, bam, bam, bam. You have to get it like really difficult window to get it right. But if you do like 3 times more damage. That would be so sick. And if you fuck that up, you just lost so much DPS. But then her main attacks are still good enough that it doesn't really matter. But if you pull off that ult, it's quicker in killing the enemies. I don't know. But then again, like I said, you just gotta execute it properly. Some QTEs, if you like mess it up, it's kind of like pointless. It's kind of cringe. QTEs during a story fight may be fun, but definitely not in game mode. Yeah. You mean like Kiana's Badum battlesuit? Okay. This might be a hot take, but have you seen other people play Expedition 33? I'm not gonna give you spoilers, but if you've seen the main character fight, there's one skill that the main character does, Gustav. There's one skill that he uses where there's a really quick most characters in that game, they have really quick consecutive quick time events in the middle of their skill. If you use their skill, there's a quick time event that you know will happen. But the thing is, it's really fast. Where it's like, bam, bam. You have to do it. As soon as you press the attack, they run up and they go, bam, bam. You have to get it right, like so fast. The thing is, I think that is a little bit more fun because it's quick. But if you give a character with the quick time event that's like, oh, here's the bar. Whoa, get it right. Oh, it's coming. Oh, good job. Here's another one. Oh, get right. Oh, good job. If it's like that slow, I feel like it's worthless. It's not even fun. It's just a waste of time and it feels so boring. Does that make sense? So basically, if they're going to add a quick time event, they need to make it snappy and really fast where like if you fuck up, then you actually fuck up. But I don't know. Maybe I'm talking out of my ass of like too much hardcore gameplay rather than the casual gameplay.
It's on the other hand cost 3000 decibels, which are generated through various combat actions, and these were shared across the 3 agents. This was notably very different from Hoyo's previous titles, which all kept ultimate charges individual. It seems like the design intention was to make players have to think a bit harder about who would be the one to use that limited resource, as opposed to simply popping each ultimate as soon as they came up. While an interesting idea in theory,
that's
in
definitely
practice,
sweaty
pretty
gameplay.
much only use
I agree.
Your strongest attack.
That's probably why
agent.
they didn't do
did
it.
seem to be aware that this could be an issue, so from the beginning, support ults were designed to provide extra energy to the team, and defense ults restored charges for defensive assists, but those were both resources you could acquire through other means. Losing DPS was practically never worth the utility, making the use of ultimates fairly one-dimensional, but nobody thought they'd just convert it to being separate charges. Because oftentimes in gachas, any general design problems that are discovered are not acknowledged outright, but are silently made sure to not be a problem with future characters from that point forward. In fact, the devs had already pretty much done that with how they had handled the additional abilities of each agent's core skill. Each agent gets a significant buff by having allies which fulfill their conditions, and early on this was them sharing their faction or either their element or agent type. Similar to enemy elemental weaknesses, this is a blatant way to encourage players to get more characters
probably
and
don't,
have
but
more options
because
which
casual,
can bring
yeah.
out an agent's full potential.
Perfect
But
combo
even
for increased
still,
damage
the
may be
faction
more fun.
restriction felt way out of place. Agents of the same
Yeah.
faction aren't guaranteed
But
to
again, you guys are probably right. They just don't do these things because they still need to kind of cater towards casual audience to make the money. So perhaps I am asking of things from a game that is inherently its identity cannot do those things. So maybe I'm just barking up a wrong tree. Which, if that's the case, fair enough.
have synergy to begin with, and certain factions may never get new members, especially if they're no longer story relevant, which is why new characters starting from 1.3 no longer had it. Quick correction, Yanagi was the first, but after that it's been inconsistent, though it seems like newer S ranks don't have the restriction while A ranks do, which is just more top tier privilege, I guess. So yeah, the ZZZ devs being transparent and admitting that they shared resource system for ultimates that they thought would be interesting was flawed was rather unexpected, even if it was a universal system that affected basically every playable character. However, the original intention to stop characters from mindlessly ulting as soon as it's ready in 99% of cases is pretty much exactly what ended up happening. They could have definitely made an attempt at compromising between the two styles, like increasing the utility and lowering the cost of non-attack ults to make it more balanced while remaining dynamic, but they went straight for the simple option that they knew nobody would complain about.
True. And that's probably why they didn't do it. What's the debate? There's no debate. It's more like I am pretty confident that them shying away from a one ult bar for all your party versus each party member having their own ultimate bar is better. Like each character having their own ultimate bar, I'm sure it's a better choice. But I was just thinking how they could have made it better without just putting like a band-aid solution. Because like I said in the very beginning, everybody sharing an ult bar I thought was very unique. But then there was no point of it because everybody who plays this game only used the ult bar for your ult for your main DPS character anyway. So like it was so pointless. So at the end of the day, each character having their own ultimate energy is a good thing, but now it's just like it's just pretty common. It's like same thing as every other game, which is fine. But that's it. I think if you're gonna suggest something like that, give a possible solution that may satisfy both hardcore players and casual players. Simple. Add a difficulty meter. Actually, that's a really hard thing to do because what is the point of playing hard? What is the point of playing? Let's say if they had a difficulty meter, what's the point of playing on a hardcore mode when you could play in the casual mode and still get the same rewards? At that point, you're just trying to flex. I guess some people have enjoyment in that for sure, but let's say like there's a hardcore mode and there's a casual mode, but at the end of the day, both give the same polychromes, and it's like, what's the point of this? So like I said, maybe I'm just barking up the wrong tree, because after all, they need to make money, so they have to cater to casuals to a certain degree. Put it in Deadly Assault, I still can't beat that thing. Yeah, I mean, again though, like you don't need to full clear everything to get all the polychrome, because it's a gacha game. People only really care about the polychromes. For sure. See, you know what would change everything though? Add a fucking leaderboard. Add a leaderboard that does not give you crazy rewards. That will satisfy everybody. Add a leaderboard for no reason, just for flexing purposes. And then if people want to swipe for, oh my god, that's actually brilliant. Holy shit, why aren't they doing that? Think about it. Guys, think about it. Let me set the stage for you. It will be a whale battle. However, if there's a leaderboard, the only people who care about the leaderboards are whales. So on one hand, as a developer, you're going to get a lot of money. But because you're not getting reward for getting, like, let's say top 10 on the leaderboard, and it means absolutely nothing, they get to flex. The top 10 people, they get to flex, but they don't really get rewards. Casuals don't give a shit because the casuals get the same rewards for just clearing it. You know? And then everybody will be happy. Well, that's not true. People will still fucking complain. What am I saying? People will bitch about it for no reason. Even if there was no rewards for being on the leaderboard, people would still bitch. Because at the end of the day, people's egos are so fragile. So, like, I don't like leaderboard because it reminds me of someone better than me, and when I see it, I get mad and stop playing, so I'm not a big fan of it. Just don't participate in it. It's like Schrodinger's cat. If you didn't participate, how do you know if you're worse than them? Maybe you're better than them, but we'll never know. That's why you just don't participate. You know what I mean? You have to tell yourself, I am better than all of them. But when they say, then why aren't you on the leaderboard? And just be like, that's below me. And just move on.
I want to reiterate that the change was positive, but the original idea still had good intentions behind it, and it's kind of sad that the devs weren't able to try and make it work. However, the same cannot be said for character buffs, which are irrefutably a big positive change. In another developer video as a precursor to version 2.0, it was announced that Ellen, the game's first premium limited agent, would be receiving a direct upgrade to her existing kit to help her fare better against the other limited S ranks. Now this almost didn't feel real with how unexpected it was. I mean, gotcha.
This was one of the best decisions that the developers made, buffing Ellen. Is because one, they made it officially. Number two, they showed that they care. And number three, it's like, I guess just 2 points. I am utterly shocked that they buffed Ellen, still to this day. I don't care where this leads to. Just them having the balls to, like, buff a older character because people were, like, kind of being sad about it. I give them props, respect. I don't care how this game ends up being, but the developers who made these decisions, at least I respect them for it. It would just add to the menu clutter. Nah, just like one little tab for leaderboards. The tower, you can do 20 floors, get all the rewards, and 20 to 100 floors is just hard fight that people want to be sweaty. Yeah, for those sweaty people, give them a leaderboard. Everybody will be happy. Trust me. They will make more money too. But then it means absolutely nothing. They can go on their own, like, subreddit and flex towards each other. They could have their own little arguments on wars, but at least they're having fun. The rerun numbers must have hit rock bottom. You know what? That's probably true.
Just by nature encourage power creep, constantly releasing stronger characters to keep players pulling on banners, and if they do want to buff an existing fan favorite, they typically do so indirectly with a synergistic dedicated support that you also have to pull for. The monetary incentives for these practices are so incredibly high, so how is it possible we were getting direct character buffs this early into the game's lifespan?
How is it possible? How?
Zenless Zone Zero gives its playable characters very special treatment, and the community matches that energy by drawing explicit images of them. Yeah, the character designs and models are significantly more suggestive than other Hoyo games, despite them all sharing the same T for teen rating. Like, Trigger, where's your shirt? That can't be comfortable. And look at these profile banners, T for teen rating.
100 million download. That's fucking crazy. But obviously COVID. And a lot of people uninstalled. But still. What's even funnier is that Star Rail has the lowest rating. What the fuck? And I'm assuming Zenless has the highest rating because it has the lowest amount of downloads. That's how I'm gonna like do the math in my head, but
Like, Trigger, where's your shirt? That can't be comfortable. And look at these profile banners you get for getting max duplicates on an agent. Kind of makes me think that the cover-ups they did on the old beta models didn't need to happen, but it is what it is. While Genshin and Star Rail have effectively stopped
Barely
making
noticed the
their
difference.
respective hangout events and companion quests, Zenless continues to include invitation events and trust commissions for every new character as an extra addition to their spotlight in the main story, events, and individual agent missions. That is, if you pull for them. The amount of content unlocked by owning an agent is kind of a lot, actually.
dude, I just realized that's actually true. You can only do their like companion things. Like I'm talking about the ones where you like talk to them in the streets and like raise the thingies. That's only when you pull for them, right? You can only raise like, what do you call it's not social rank. I forgot what the term was. Closeness? I don't know. You can only do that when you have them. If you don't have them, you can't unlock it. That's so stupid. Yeah, the trust. Thank you. Yeah. That's so weird. I don't like that.
Each one has all kinds of unique animations, with completely separate walk cycles in the overworld to reflect being in a calmer environment. They can pop up in random events, you can take a walk with them, and building up trust to max unlocks their wallpaper for your menu screen.
Actually, though, being a gacha game, it makes sense. Like, how are you gonna put them on your wallpaper screen like this if you didn't pull for them? It's like one of those perks that comes with pulling for a character. Yeah, okay, sure. Like, I'm thinking like Nikkei, I'm thinking like Blue Archive, like all these games, you can't put them on the background unless you don't pull for them. I like ZZ Trust even significantly more than Genshin ones. It's like a cute little dialogue thing. Yeah.
How a character plays in combat is generally what players will want to pull for, but the heavy emphasis on characterization makes it not that far behind. Seriously, some of these situations they put in the game are completely absurd, but clearly players enjoy it. This dedication to its playable characters is one of the things that sets ZZZ apart from Hoyo's other titles, and that certainly seems to be the reason that devs have been so quick to do the things the other games have been reluctant to. Alternate outfits are something each community has begged for several times over, but Genshins are sparse and Star Rails are nearly non-existent. Meanwhile, Zenless introduced them in 1.5, and instead of making them for characters who released a few years ago, they are actually synced up with agent debuts. That way, if you prefer...
Chat, what do you think that is? How are they able to make that decision? That does really do surprise me. How are they making outfits and just like pumping them out like this when the other two games they haven't? What is ultimately the developer's ideal and decisions that led to this that the other games refuse to do? I'm so bitter about it, but I don't care at this point because Zenless is like pretty much my main game. Love difference? What does that mean?
For the alternate look, you never even have to use the original to begin with. They have also made free outfits for the protagonists in the theme of the new city with customizable accessories, which...
What? I must have missed something. Oh my god. Oh my god. I didn't know this was in the game. Oh my god. Oh my god. I thought you were joking when you said you could use like accessories. Skins sell, and when you sales are down rock bottom, you pump out skins. Yeah, but they give out like free skins though. Dude, I didn't know I could do this.
Again, was a
They showed us on the live stream. I fucking like blanked out then. Apparently.
very pleasant surprise that
Oh my god.
undoubtedly made players of other gacha games very jealous. On a similar note, Ellen is getting a direct buff because her base kit was in a pretty bad spot. Again, there were people committed to making her work, but she is objectively much harder to pilot relative to other characters without very much in the way of positives to make herself stand out. Her attacks become enhanced with ice damage after doing her special sprint into charge attack combo, but this can feel slow to pull off, especially when there aren't attacks for you to dodge from, and the usages get expended very quickly. In general, her attacks and combos take a long time to get going, which feels bad when other characters are snappier and can tag out easier. Giving her more attacks in her combos lets her do more damage and have more options to choose from, and she now gets invincibility frames on her charge attack so she isn't so vulnerable. Making it so hitting a counter speeds up the charge also maintains that original
like
design of anticipating attacks to optimize your damage, which is great because it shows a commitment to the original distinct playstyle. It's unclear how often other agents will get buffs because I feel that Ellen was particularly in a bad spot, whereas the other early S ranks can keep up fairly well still, especially with indirect buffs remaining as an option. Still though, having the first instance of buffs so early reflects well on the devs for sure, but it's also a smart move for them financially, as her outdated gameplay could have been a potential reason to not pull for her on the next rerun to some.
Yep.
It also helps that she has a paid outfit, which is low-key a bit of a scam, considering that in the same update they showed a significantly improved version of the same relatively
Oh shit. Oh, why did we get the old uniform? Why didn't we get the updated uniform? What the fuck?
simple design. I mean, they already had this one in the game since launch, so they figured they might as well charge for it, but it's a little hard to ignore how basic it is compared to the other alternate outfits, while also being of the highest rank. I still like it though. The characters are the lifeblood of any gacha game of course, but Zenless especially takes pride in how it presents its agents, fleshing out their character at any opportunity possible. This has always been the intention of the devs, as evidenced by user customization centered around them like its merchandise, but was further expanded by being able to walk around as them from 1.4, trust invite dialogues being gradually upgraded to quality time variants where you walk around the city with them, and
you
in
think they'll
2.0,
buff all
we can even
characters in
take them to the
Star Rail?
movies. They also just upgraded the agent menu animations with extra VFX, and I never even noticed they were missing before this.
Oh,
a quintessential example of how these systems work together to make characters more interesting can be found in the most popular agent to date, Miyabi. She was present in the betas, but wasn't made fully playable until all the way in 1.4. I know some people thought her original model was cute in its own way, but her updated design looks much better while retaining all the important details.
I do
Overall,
like the updated
she's presented
version.
in a very serious way, especially in the cutscenes that show off her strength, but you also get to see a much goofier side of her in her daily life. Having her height listed with ears included is super memorable, though that's more so the devs throwing in a good joke. But in the game's messenger, Miyabi uses her ID portrait as her profile picture, whereas everyone else uses a cool art of themselves or something they're interested in. She also sleepwalks in the middle of the city, really likes to eat melons, and considers everything to be a form of training. I'm not going to try and act like she's the most complex character ever written, but the many systems built into the game do a lot to make each agent much more interesting to interact with. On a more personal note, I think Zenless Zone Zero does the best job of any Hoyo game when it comes to visual storytelling through design. While this game's designs aren't immune to some of the trademark Hoyoverse specials, like excessive asymmetry, jackets where the sleeves are optional, and thigh accessories, each playable faction has a clearly distinct visual identity. People are still begging for the idol faction to this day, carried by their designs and concept alone.
Really? Personally, I like... What chat? What's the faction called? What's the new faction called? The Ghost Spook Spark Spook Shock Spooky Shock. What is it called? Spook Shack. Thank you. This is just my personal opinion, but I like characters in Spook Shack more than the idol faction characters, like these personally. But these characters look cute. I will say they look cute. Shake Shack. Oh my god, now that's what I'm going to call it. She's literally transforming robot magical girl with two personality that's peak. That is pretty wild.
Of all of Zenless's changes over the past year, the one thing that feels like it's never compromised on quality with is its agents, both in making them feel uniquely powerful to play
Someone
and
say
making their
400
characters
pulls for
likable
them?
while ensuring each has plenty of
Holy.
screen time.
You don't know anything about the Fido faction other than the art. That's also very true.
Agents are included in content at any opportunity. Having them in things like limited events is pretty standard practice for gachas, but even the most throwaway events do their best to inject in as much of their unique personalities as possible, and then you even get them in smaller moments, like almost the entirety of the male roster assembling during one of Hugo's random trust events. This example is pretty emblematic of Zenless's commitment to immersion and is heavily aided by the game's smaller scope. The story so far certainly isn't without its problems, but still, I find ZZZ's story to be the most engaging out of Hoyo's titles, in large part because everything feels well connected. That's the advantage of having the story take place within the single city of New Eridu, rather than traveling across entire nations or planets.
I agree. I agree with exactly what he just said. Ever since the very beginning of this game until this point, I know it's only been like a year, but everything about the factions and all the characters, it feels like, even though some of them may never have met each other, because it takes place like it's so close proximity that everything just feels like it makes sense. Everything feels like it's intertwined. And then, I mean, that's what the story is. Everything is intertwined, and it doesn't feel out of place because we're all like in same proximity of like this whole thing. So the story is actually a bit, it doesn't feel fragmented. I guess this is what I'm trying to say. Like, for example, like a story in a planet in Stario and another planet, it's just completely disjointed. The only thing that's connecting is like the overarching story of like the Trailblazer, but like the two planets, they're just like completely different. Same with Genshin. Like a lot of the regions are like, they have their own, I guess in a way it's unique, their own uniqueness, but really they're not. It feels like they're just, it's so wide is what I'm saying. But like for at least Zenless, I know it's only been like a year since the game came out, so maybe that'll change, but so far everything feels like it's very intertwined. Is Waifu Peninsula still part of New Eridu? I don't think New Eridu is like, New Eridu is a city. Isn't Waifu Peninsula like a different location entirely? But maybe what I'm saying right now is also going to change with the Peninsula arc season. But then, like, I still think, you know, like, characters from New Eridu will eventually, like, intertwine, like, directly with Peninsula characters. So, I don't know. It's quarter in New Eridu, I think. Oh, okay. It's a different district. So, New Eridu is, like, the big overarching, like, I guess you could say, do I want to use, like, the word country?
That's not to say that the story doesn't amp up the stakes every now and then to make for tense, exciting moments, but not always having a giant threat looming overhead allows for the slice of life portions of the game to have room to breathe and never feel out of place. It also makes the interweaving of character stories much more believable, with things like Juyuan from Public Security and Miyabi from Section 6 being past classmates, and it actually being referenced again instead of just being a throwaway comment. Even outside of just the playable characters, New Eridu is built to feel like people actually live there. The NPCs that run the stores have such memorable designs, and they're involved in content much more than you'd expect. Going to Bardic Needle is how you recycle your agent's equipment in-game, but it's presented as if you're walking into a record store. In the grand scheme of things, it's not that big of a deal, but the little details somehow often end up being some of the most memorable.
Actually,
we
true.
can even take NPCs to the movies with us, which is something I could have never imagined being possible. But even outside of the recurring NPCs, the ones that are meant to be extras are also really good. Of course, they still rely on mixing and matching presets, and they obviously don't look as good as the playable character.
What do you mean? What do you mean? Must I? You know what? Actually, though, Sweetie's gonna be a playable character. It's my copium. What do you mean? Actually, she's not gonna be a playable character, because there are definitely NPCs that have their very own distinct design, like Tin Master and all that stuff. I guess he's just talking about like regular NPC.
But they look clean enough to reasonably fit in without feeling out of place side by side. The commitment to immersion has always been one of Zenless' strongest points, but this actually is also something that the devs felt like they needed to compromise on. From the start, it was always quite an interesting decision to make the protagonist, Wise or Bell, not able to fight. This is a heavy contrast to Genshin and Star Rail, which let you fight as the protagonist and use that to facilitate story beats. But the way this is explained in the story makes it feel really natural. Hollows are the game's dangerous areas, and they corrupt people who stay in them for too long. The twins are a legendary proxy duo who used to operate under the name Phaethon, and their job is to help agents with higher ether aptitude navigate through the hollow from the outside. This is a very solid premise, providing strong reasoning for the distinction in gameplay between the TV segments and the combat segments. But since the TV navigation is removed, that throws a wrench in everything, because now the gameplay of running around the hollows as your agent hardly feels like it necessitates your protagonist telling them where to go.
Oh, that's why. Oh, I understand now. That's why they decided to change it up and make it so that Bell physically can go into the hollow now. Or Wise, whoever you play. I see. That makes sense in hindsight. I didn't connect the two until just now. Since all the TV stuff is gone, there's no reason for us to navigate them through the hollow. Or there is a reason, but like that whole premise is like unnecessary to a point of like depicting it. So then now it makes more sense that our main character is actually able to go into the hollow.
They basically got reduced to saying, okay, you can go ahead to the next area now, rather than solving logistical problems within the mission.
What's up,
I'm going to
Snail?
talk about the recent story progression for a bit, so if you haven't played 1.6 and 7 Season 1 Epilogue yet, I'll leave a chapter marker for you to skip to. But with that out of the way, I'm not surprised the twins have extra powers, because it's always been hinted that they're special with their ability to sync with Eos, and they have a tragic but relevant backstory. However, I'm not the hugest fan of them getting ether aptitude over a Wi-Fi update. Like, maybe if we knew beforehand that they have some kind of anti-corruption healing ability, then it would make sense to bring them into the hollow. But we did.
Well, at least that part they had to pull out of their ass. I can't. Unless they'll like tie up loose ends later.
Didn't, so what was the point of bringing them when they can't defend themselves and would just be a liability? Like, their first task is to do some techie stuff, but being remote has never been an issue for them before, so it now just feels very shoehorned. Like, the only reason Vivian got hit was because she was trying to protect us, which shouldn't have even happened in the first place. At least with Astra's concert, it made sense that we wanted to watch it. To me, this reads as the writers trying their best to work around the fact that the protagonist has to be included somewhere, but narratively, they don't have a clear role anymore. And then by extension, Fairy is completely homeless from a story perspective.
So true. I said this the other day. I'm like, oh my god, we haven't seen Fairy in such a fucking long time. Or at least I thought like fucking the system got outdated and like they needed a system update and like she just fucking disappeared. Fairy is completely jobless now. They're trying to figure out a way to reincorporate her back in. Because at the end of the day, Fairy has a big prominent part in the story at the end, I guess. But ever since now, we don't need to use the computer. What the fuck is the point of Fairy? Yeah, it's because they got rid of the whole like TV thing. That's so interesting. What are they gonna do now? I wonder. I'm actually very interested how they're gonna like figure all this out.
Previously, she was the mysterious superpowered AI that could solve any issue, making for a good supporting character in the TV segments. In the ballet twins part I mentioned earlier, Fairy provides us with the infrared
She's gotta
camera
turn
to get
into a
rid of
bunk boat?
ghosts,
That'd be
but it's
so
up to us to use it
ridiculous.
to navigate the hollows. This is a clear example of Fairy and the protagonist having distinct but codependent narrative roles. However, since the TV segments are now gone, her presence has been diminished more and more, which is crazy considering how she's set up to be a major part of
That's
the
what I'm
overarching
saying.
plotline. There were plenty of memorable interactions between the twins and Fairy,
So
but
true.
without a means to facilitate that kind of thing, they end up fighting over the same general role of navigator, where of course the protagonists are going to be prioritized. Her ability to collect bonus rewards from missions has recently been expanded so you can spend power cards to not even have to complete the missions the first time, so I mean it's not like the devs completely forgot about her existence, but it remains to be seen if she'll continue to be as story relevant as before.
Yo, guys, don't you find this like fascinating? That's actually such a good point. Like, before, Fairy to the main character was like essentially, you know, the cheat key power up in an isekai anime after you get sent to the new world kind of situation. You know, like, what's the word that they use in anime? The what's it called? It's like the thing in the slime anime where the main character is talking to like within their own consciousness with like an AI. I forgot the name of that AI. That it kind of reminded me of that. You know how like in slime, the slime anime, the main character Rimuru talks to like within their own mind. Raphael, the sages, yes. So like that's what I felt like in the very beginning of Zenless' story with the fairies inclusion, right? Which I thought was really cool. But now it's so unnecessary. Well, I wouldn't say unnecessary, but like she's lost her job. Fairies lost her job. So I'm so fascinated now where the developer is going to take the story specifically with Fairy, because like I said, and like what he said, Fairy is actually like one of the pillars of like endgame story, or at least that's what they drew up in the beginning of their whole Zenless lore.
This is a prime example of how gameplay changes
so
can have
fascinated
huge
what they're gonna do
implications
with
on
this.
the rest of the game. However, I can't say this development was completely unexpected, because the rest of the game's immersive systems have continuously been depreciated since launch. Now don't get me wrong, some of them were evidently far too ambitious for their own good. Up until 1.2, the game's time of day system was completely rigid. It passed one phase by doing pretty much any activity or sleeping, but
True.
you could only do
It was
that
very
once per
unnecessary.
day. This made specific timed events pretty inconvenient to get to, and made it even worse if you accidentally skipped over one. Cynically, you could say this was to maximize player engagement, but people ended up just completing the fastest mission to get around it, and we
True.
got the ability to select the time of day not too long after, so I really just think the devs believed
Don't
it was
forget
a neat
Fairy can
idea
still
to make it
outcalculate
feel
the
like
sibling
you're a part
combined,
of
so
the
she's
world.
still viable in the
Plenty of
story.
other adjustments fit this same style, such as Cough Cafe,
That's
now
true.
only having two types of coffee. You either choose the one for farming materials,
guess we'll
or
find
the one
now
that gives you 20
what
more
they're gonna
battery
do.
power, but prior to 1.4, there were 22 different types that showed up on rotation. Now I get it, having the daily selection made it awkward to farm specific materials for specific characters, but having to peruse through the different options felt like I was picking out from the menu of a real coffee shop. Having it condensed to two nearly identical options was certainly a convenient change, but it does lose that one little extra touch of character it brought to the game's world, and it's also a shame that these old assets are now completely
Oh, that this makes me so sad. Oh man, dude, they actually changed so much stuff about this game. Were these changes all good changes, or? I hope so.
unused. Then we have the ability to switch characters in the overworld. As I mentioned earlier, the animations are amazing, especially if you're one of those players. Never forget when the camera transparency was broken and there were riots over it. But switching was clearly not intended to be added to the game, as they even said that when implementing it, they realized Ben is built too large to even fit through the door of the video store.
my
I
God.
totally understand why people wanted this feature, and it allows for the flexibility to do a lot more, such as switching point of view, but it's yet another example of the devs folding on something they had previously committed to. In 2.0, they
Guys,
also
do you
announced
think-
that the HDD
Do you think the devs are listening too much? I'm just asking. I don't have a point to make here, but Or do you think they're doing the right thing, or do you think they're like caving too much? Because from like past experiences, if they cave too much, the game becomes shit. Unless they're like really good at like what they're trying to do. Nah, yeah, maybe. I'm kind of like cautiously worried.
Building on something they had previously committed to. In 2.0, they've also announced that the HDD will no longer be needed to access missions, but I've honestly never thought that it was that inconvenient to fast travel to the HDD and interact with it. Normally, these quality of life updates are welcome because they're intended to make the act of playing the game more seamless
Too much
and
since
less
they
frustrating.
listen to us. Well, I mean, like, it's good to listen to your audience. However, if you're listening to the audience for every little thing, that means what happens, or what that means, is you're basically letting the audience make the game. And sometimes that's not a good thing, because sometimes the audience make stupid ass complaints. What I'm really saying is, I hope the developers have a plan, a solid plan, a direction that they want to go towards. And these changes are kind of like along the path towards their vision, so that these changes are happening, not because they're just putting band-aids after band-aids of every little thing and they don't have a clear vision, is what I'm trying to say. So I'm hoping they have a clear vision, and it just so happens that their vision aligns with a lot of the requests that people are asking for. If it's not that, and if it's the other way, where like, oh, we just need to make more money, and we just gotta cater to everything that people are saying, then the game is just gonna fail 100%. Why are we even playing? You know?
But each time, the game's experience changes ever so slightly. It would be disingenuous to act like this is happening everywhere, as things like the various forms of storytelling and overall style are largely untouched, grounding the game in something familiar no matter how much everything else changes over time. I know cutting out the fluff was done with good intentions, but that fluff was originally added for a reason. It always feels conflicting because, of course, the devs should listen to the feedback of the people playing their game,
Yeah, that's
but
what
they
I was
should
saying.
also have confidence in their ideas and be able to strike a balance for their own sakes.
I lost my 50-50 to Coletta again. I like her, but I wanted you, Yixuan, a lot more. I did get the new S rank Bangu. Nice.
It's incredibly interesting how there's a handful of
You have a lot
implemented
of
mechanics in the game that
polychromes
serve
you can
little
farm
to
for,
no
so
purpose,
maybe
but still
you
are
still
yet
got
to
a
be
shot,
removed.
you know?
These didn't quite fit in anywhere else in the video, so I'll just go through them now. Our first example is found within the sword.
Wait, what is this section
anywhere else
for?
that's
Leftover mechanics. What are some leftover mechanics? The passive character level thing that you can only use, and after you finish using them, they're like non-existent. I forgot what they're called.
It's incredibly interesting how there's a handful of implemented mechanics in the game that serve little to no purpose, but still are yet to be removed. These didn't quite fit in anywhere else in the video, so I'll just go through them now. Our first example is found within the sword promoter system.
I like this system. Dude, I what do you mean? This is very necessary for me. I never miss doing this whenever I do log on, because they give me character skill upgrade material.
Every day you can select a character to promote the video store, and the next day they'll have bonus rewards, which for playable characters is elemental upgrade materials. Each promoter has a happiness rating, which seems to suggest they'll get upset if you put them on shift too much, but nothing actually ends up
Oh, he's talking about this stuff. Okay, I see where he's going with this.
happening. There are some screenshots of the mood going down to calm, but there doesn't seem to be any real effect.
Yeah.
Similarly, if you open the agent stats, you can see an extra categorization for damage that the game never explains anywhere.
What?
All agents, you can see an extra categorization.
Strike? Oh, it's just like a little bit more like a flavor thing that doesn't really do anything. Oh, okay.
for damage that the game never explains anywhere. All agents, even newer ones, fall under slash, strike, or pierce based on the weapons they.
Wait, no, this has a reason. Did they get rid of it? They had this specifically in the beta because, oh my god, they got rid of it. The reason why this exists is because the enemies are supposed to have like attributes that's not related to elements, and we were supposed to use this to be able to do more damage. I guess they got rid of it. I didn't even realize they got rid of it. What was it? It was like pierce attacks did more damage to robots. Slash did more damage to... Oh, I forget. It was that system. I don't know if it's still in the game or not. Oh shit, I forgot about
fight
this.
with. In the first beta, this is what was used to categorize each agent's upgrade materials.
Oh wait.
Because
No, no, the other thing.
anomaly, stun, and so on didn't exist yet. Slash was effective against ethereals, strike was effective against mechanical enemies,
I
and
guess they
pierce
got rid
was
of it.
effective against humanoid enemies. These tags for enemies do
Oh, the strike is for robots. Okay, so he is aware of what they used to do, but they literally got rid of it. That's so actually sad. I didn't realize. Huh.
was effective against mechanical enemies, and pierce was effective against humanoid enemies. These tags for enemies do still exist and can be found in the databank.
But they don't do
However, this
anything.
type system was entirely replaced by elemental weaknesses, leaving damage
Oh.
types with no clear purpose. Even distinctions like which characters can deflect bullets are not consistent with the slash category of agents. At the end of missions, we get these agent ratings, which we don't know how they're calculated. They're probably more confusing than helpful, in my
Panda is built different. Oh, the panda is barely built. Okay, I read that wrong. Oh, fuck, the panda do so much fucking... I don't even know how this point system works, yeah.
opinion. Oh, and I almost forgot, this game used to have co-op. Not like the little party mini-games from events. Real, synchronized co-op combat. It was fully implemented
I
in
thought
the
they were gonna
betas for
add
weekly
this
bosses,
later.
yet was strangely absent from 1.0. We thought it was going to take a few updates for it to be finalized and released,
I think they're
but
adding this
obviously
now.
that never happened. To be
Or I
fair,
heard
it
people
wasn't
talking about
anything
adding it.
groundbreaking, so I personally don't think we're missing out on that much, but there definitely are people out there who would have enjoyed
They
this
could at
being
least
in
give
the
5%
game.
damage
It's
buff for
rather
the
odd
type
that it was
types.
completely removed, despite how much
Yeah,
effort had
it seems like they
seemingly
just got
already
rid of
been
it.
put into it. And my last example is a bit different in nature, but is also in my opinion the most interesting.
Alternate animation of skills is what he's about to say.
So back when I was given access to the first beta, one of the things that content creators were asked to showcase was Nicole's secret motion input. If you didn't know, doing a 360 motion during her EX
Yeah.
special has two unique animations, which aren't written in her move list. The hitbox timings are a little different from the regular activation, but using it was never really a big deal to begin with. I always thought this was really cool because it added another layer of mastery to
It's
piloting
only
different
Nicole, I think,
characters
that
and
has
added
this.
a bit of direct mechanical skill expression that is often completely absent from gacha games. Well, as far as I know, they've never done anything like this ever again. We do have agents in the game that tend to be on the more complicated side in terms of their combos and execution, so it's not like they change their direction when it comes to agent design, but I must admit, I am just a tiny bit disappointed
Same.
we weren't blessed with more little
I did get one
details
Nicole
like
with
this.
2
This
puns and an
handful of
AW
examples of
engine.
leftover mechanics
I would check
serves
out.
as
Okay.
even more proof that this game has had some kind of friction present during its development. Obviously, none of these have that strong of a bearing on the game's overall quality,
not bad.
but I don't recall ever seeing such indecisiveness when it comes to mechanics in Genshin or Star Rail, so it's very intriguing that Zenless has multiple instances
Wait,
when it's
instances of
strong
what?
of a bearing on the game's overall quality, but I don't recall ever obviously none is even more proof that this little details like this. This handful of examples of leftover mechanics serves as even more proof that this game has had some kind of friction present during its development. Obviously, none of these have that strong of a bearing on the game's overall quality, but I don't recall ever seeing such indecisiveness when it comes to mechanics in Genshin or Star Rail, so it's very intriguing that Zenless has multiple instances of it.
Sure. I would say I agree.
Given the fairly harsh stance that I've taken in this video, I
It
should
wasn't too
clarify
bad.
that I still really enjoy playing Zenless Zone Zero, even in its current iteration.
I
If
think
I
everybody
truly
would pretty
dislike the
much
game
agree.
after all its changes, I wouldn't still be
For
playing
most
it, and I
points.
probably wouldn't have made this video. Since I've made clear my many criticisms, I think it's only fair that I also acknowledge the positive changes that have kept me playing. Zenless is pretty generous all things considered. Yeah, I'm aware that it's a calculated risk for them to keep us happy, but objectively, we have gotten a lot of stuff. The S-Rank Harumasa was given to everyone for free during 1.4's soft reboot, and sure, it might have been because everyone was going to spend on Miyabi anyway, but a character is a character. The anniversary rewards are generally agreed upon to be good, with 30 pulls, a free standard pool S-Rank character, and an S-Rank W engine, so hopefully Google Classroom doesn't get review bombed for once. They even gave out daily polychromes to celebrate the end of Season 1, which nobody would have complained about if they didn't do. And when it comes to endgame, there are the typical patterns of HP inflation, modifiers targeting the newest agents, and arbitrary type weaknesses, but anecdotally, I've been able to clear almost every phase just pulling for characters I like and without signature W engines. I imagine if I actually spent more time building better sets and making less execution mistakes, I'd have no problems. Speaking of endgame, it refreshes once every week, alternating between its two modes, Shiryu Defense and Deadly Assault. That's pretty surprising considering Star Rail's 3 modes combine to rotate every 2 weeks or 6 weeks for each individual game mode, and Genshin's 2 modes each refresh once a month, making for an average wait time of a little over 2 weeks. It's a pleasant surprise every time I open the game and see there's a new challenge up because I'm so used to having to wait much longer in between refreshes. More stages also equates to, of course, more rewards. Not that much because though Shiryu Defense gives a total of 720 polychromes every cycle, Deadly Assault only gives a max of 300. Speaking of Deadly Assault, it was added in 1.4 and makes for a pretty interesting addition with its unique approach to scoring combat. Unlike Shiryu Defense, which is your standard defeat every enemy within the time limit, Deadly Assault gives you a score based on how much damage you deal to a single boss within 3 minutes. And not only that, there's other conditions which you can activate to get bonus points. This includes general mechanics such as executing perfect dodges or triggering perfect assists.
I do like the assault mode. It's definitely more fun than the typical The Abyss one.
And boss specific ones like impairing a boss by breaking their legs or interrupting their standby phase. This system heavily rewards you for being able to identify parallel objectives and executing accordingly on your game plan. There are 3 separate stages in which you can repeat characters, which is fairly demanding, but you can obtain all of the polychrome rewards just by getting 6 out of 9 stars, making it pretty fair. Overall, a great addition to the game. The battle tower isn't quite as memorable, but is also complementary to the other combat-based modes. It was first implemented in 1.3 with its simulated battle trial. This has you take on 5 floors in a row, with your agent health not regenerating across them. This uniquely raises the value of having a defensive character on your team, especially because this mode does not have a timer counting down.
I still think the tower climbing, it's just, I wouldn't say it's worthless, but it's definitely for flexing.
Defense types are inherently not quite as generally useful as the other classes, supported by them having the least amount of agents in the game, but it's nice they do have a place where they can shine. After 25 floors, there's an endless gauntlet where you can try to see how far you can get. There's no rewards tied to it, but for those who really want to test the limits of their skills and or their wailed out characters, it's cool that it exists. The second Battle Tower mode, Battle Trial Last Stand, was added in 1.5 and operates fairly similarly. The rewards are heavily front-loaded again, so that even casual players can get all the important stuff, but the challenge is there for those who seek it. It also refreshes its stages, albeit very slowly. Building your characters in gacha games always tends to be one of the worst parts of the entire experience, and while unfortunately there's no auto farm, outside of that, they do a lot of things to make things a bit easier for us. For one, having direct shortcuts between the material stages and upgrade menus makes things really easy to follow. The act of repeating stages to farm the materials does tend to get boring, which is kind of inevitable, but when it comes to the most dreaded part of building a character, the
was
randomized
actually
slotted equipment
very
pieces that are called drive discs in this game, you have a few different means of collecting them.
Entire
standard
history
cleanup
and the
stages
game
which drop drive discs in pairs of sets, but by doing
that
your
is
weekly
perfect
bounty
for the
commissions,
first
you
year
get these free
anniversary.
Victoria housekeeping coupons that drop a whole run
very
worth of items
unbiased,
instantly.
I think.
These were added in 1.4 and are really convenient. Furthermore, dismantling unwanted drive disks gives a resource called master copies, which can be converted into more drive disks. Picking the set is free, but you can select a specific slot for an increased price, and additionally select the main stat with the tuning calibrator item, usually given out during limited time events. You get S-rank master copies from completing endgame modes, but even the A-rank ones given from dismantling are plenty useful because they have a chance to roll into an S-rank drive disk. This, combined with your set bonuses not being tied to specific pieces for a little bit of flexibility, means that building agents is relatively easy to do. Oh, and also, just upgrade materials are farmable on their own, cutting out the middle steps of having to farm, then decide which ones are worth keeping and which aren't, and then break them down. Not sure why the other games don't have this as well. Ultimately, the system is still meant to maximize playtime by having you chase those perfect substats, but in terms of getting a new character
You don't
started
even
with
really need
baseline solid
substats in this
equipment,
game, I don't
Zenless
think.
makes it
Like,
a fairly
perfect ones.
harmless experience. I know I've talked pretty negatively about many of the quality of life adjustments to the game, but stuff like navigating the world map has always bothered me. It only got worse as more areas were added, making it increasingly inconvenient to scroll through, which is why scrapping it completely for a world map is a very welcome change. It has the bonus of world building since we now know where each area is relative to each other, but they actually ended up making a good compromise by leaving the old system separate while also significantly improving its layout. Both systems have their individual strengths, and each player is free to use whichever they want at any time. If playing Pokemon TCG Pocket has taught me anything, it's that having a good user interface with good interaction often goes unnoticed until you see one that's particularly bad, so we need to appreciate it more when it's good. Without
this?
question, Zenless is already
It's a video called the Gacha game the gacha that had to change everything. The story of Zenless Zone Zero. I think it came out yesterday from Red Flame. I saw this pop up on my feed as I was eating dinner earlier, and I was like, I'm gonna watch this and I'm gonna eat, and then after that I'm gonna stream. But then I was like, oh my god, this video is an hour long. I'm just gonna eat, watch, and stream at the same time. So we're pretty much done here though. Has it changed everything? You're gonna have to find out by watching that video.
miles ahead of every other game because they actually have a pity counter
I already
instead of
ate.
forcing you to
I
scroll through your
finished
full
eating
history
long time
every
ago.
time there's a new banner. They also allow you to turn off damage numbers in combat, which helps a lot with visual clarity, especially against waves of smaller enemies. But with the many things discussed at the end of the 2.0 special program, they clearly put a lot of thought into things that I probably wouldn't have even noticed otherwise. They even went out of their way to improve additional things like freeing up storage on segments you're never ever going to play again, and letting any A rank be purchasable from the shop, rather than having a specific outdated rotation. The devs clearly have put in a lot of care into improving the game as much as they can, and even if I don't agree with how some of their decisions were handled, the nature of their work very much reflects on their good intentions. Zenless Zone Zero is Hoyoverse's most interesting release to date, at least with regards to how they've treated it post-launch. 2.0
True. Very true. Oh my god, what the fuck? Really? Wait. Oh, I was about to say, where the hell's Miyabi? But it's like off the chart to the left here. Because that, I feel like Miyabi's numbers might have been like double this. I don't know.
appears to have been a huge commercial success, and while that certainly can be attributed to a new, cool-looking powerful agent, plus the rerun of a super meta support and reset top-up bonuses, players are generally very happy with the state of the game and its content. At least in my region, the app ratings reflect that. In a way, it's kind of inspiring to know that even with a well-experienced and well-funded studio, the developers were willing to be upfront about admitting their mistakes and how they'll work towards making a better product. Gacha games tend to have a negative stigma by default, which is pretty fair considering how many incidents have happened, and that's why I'm glad that more regulations are being put in place, so that hopefully
I do
the
respect
people
the
spending the
Zenless
most
team a
money on
lot
these games and keeping them
for being
funded
very,
are those who have the expendable income available and
taking
financial
action rather
literacy
than
to
just
spend
talking.
responsibly. Because behind the
what's
microtransactions
up?
and daily retention systems, there exists
Am I late
plenty
for
of
CZ
well thought out
PowerPoint?
game design, stunning
This
visuals,
video's like
and
an hour
genuinely
long, yo.
good
You missed an
gameplay.
hour.
But as much as I'd like to close the video there, we don't actually know how the Zenless Zone Zero developers truly feel deep down about the changes they've made. Like I said, TV mode was controversial from the
Dude,
very
we've been
beginning,
streaming for
yet they
2
were
hours
confident enough
already.
to
Oh
stick
my
with it
god.
through years of betas and up to 1.2. Was it because they knew how much of a time sink it would be to change such an integral part of the game, or was it because it wasn't until the financial pressure set in that they realized they would have to appeal to the largest audience possible, sacrificing their original vision? Based on an interview with the game's director a year before launch, I'm inclined to believe that it might be closer to the latter. Yu Lee heavily emphasized the focus on roguelike elements, choosing to implement them because of his own love for the genre. He even stated that he didn't think the gacha made much of a difference, supporting the idea that to him, it's always primarily just been the business model that keeps the game funded. Maybe it is really naive of me to take his word at face value, because realistically, what else would he have responded to this question with? But at the same time, Zenless Zone Zero offers a lot of content while being available on any modern gaming device, and also letting you experience a large majority of the game for completely free. Then he mentions the rogue elements again, despite them being a relatively small part of what the game is now. There have been many updates to the weekly farming content, transitioning from Withered Domain to Lost Void, which retains the roguelike gameplay while foregoing the TV segments. Admittedly, they still pay a lot of attention to this mode, making sure there's always rewards to aim for, and implementing tons of new mechanics, such as the unique character abilities that likely played a huge role in Ellen
I
getting
do
her
like
buffs.
this.
In 2.0, they're adding more ways to shake up combat with tag assists, a new mode, extra missions, and more options for agent augments, which I have to acknowledge is amazing, even if I find the exploration aspect of it to be very lackluster. But just like its roguelike mode predecessors, Lost Void is relegated to a side game mode that exists among plenty of others. A far cry from being the main focus like what was once the goal. The original design continues to leave footprints on the game's current content, like with how weekly bosses still have you select a Resonium, despite them not being necessary at all to clear the stages. So on the one hand, you could interpret Zenless Zone Zero's changes in growth as an example of devs that listen to feedback and maintain strong communication, but you can just as easily see it as giving up on the original vision for the sake of appealing to the casual audience in order to keep the game alive.
I think, in all honesty, it's fine. Why? Because I'm having fun. I could sit here and talk about, oh man, I wonder how the dev feels. Oh man, all these decisions that they made must have been tough, blah, 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 blah. But at the end of the day, they're a corporation that makes money, and I am the one supplying them with the money. So if I am supplying them with the money, then I need to have fun. And as long as I have fun, if they make mistakes here or whatever, I don't care. If I'm still playing, it's fine. As long as they don't fucking ignore the player base. Because at that point, I lose respect and I don't want to play anymore.
Unfortunately, that is just the cutthroat nature of gacha games, especially when it comes to the high
Some of these
budgets of
things
ones
aren't
in the
mutually
modern era.
exclusive either.
Although the potential success they can achieve is unbelievably high, they are all competing for the same limited amounts of time and money from players, and if they're not doing well enough, the servers, and subsequently your ability to play, can be gone before you know it. I can't even imagine how terrible it must feel as a developer to have your efforts be wasted like that. Maybe in another universe, the devs would have been more stubborn, keeping that original spirit of the game alive, and eventually have been rewarded for it. But perhaps that's a bit too idealistic, and we were always destined to end up here no matter what. I can only hope that the devs will continue to work with the same level of passion and dedication, despite how many adversities they faced.
大家好，我是郑宇，好久不见，不知不觉绝区零。
All this is good and all. Just give me hotter waifus and unique combat and a lot of animation, and I'm not, and then you know what? I'll just be having fun.
马上就要1周年了，首先祝各位神将周年快乐，很感谢大家在这1年中的陪伴和支持。到这里，其实我有些话想跟大家分享。 1.0 版本上线以来，绝区零经历过风波，也取得过一些成绩。多亏大家。
Is Jane Doe now enough for you? I don't like waifus with big boobas. I just want like a decent booba.
周年快乐。
I don't need.
This was
thick
the story of
waifus.
Zenless Zone
You
Zero
want, like,
and how
decent,
it changed everything.
You know. All right, good video. Swag. That was pretty lengthy, but I enjoyed it. Well done. Made well. Good stuff. Good stuff. Again, I'll link it for you guys if you want to check it out yourself without me talking over it. Okay. You know, part of me wants this game to get more traction because on one hand, I'd be like a bigger creator, obviously, because you know, more players, more viewers kind of situation. Well, on the other hand, since I don't do full-time creation anymore and I just want to play video games for fun, having like a niche community, I think it's fine as long as the game makes enough money to keep giving us good stuff. Something like, what's a good game to kind of like, I was gonna say Arc Knights, but there's so many Arc Knights players. It's like, without a shadow of a doubt, there's more Arc Knight players than Zenless players. But my point is, I think having enough players that keeps the game at a high quality is good enough for me, because I just enjoy this game as a player and not a streamer. So I like where Zenless is at right now, because honestly, every time I do play, it's just been enjoyable. And then, of course, less people, less toxicity. One of the things that I realized... Oh, it's Fufu. One of the things that I realized about Genshin and Star Rail, specifically those two games, because the community is so big, at times, I get so irritated because I don't want to do anything with the community. Because they just piss me off. For no reason. They just piss me off because sometimes they're just existing. Maybe that's really rude thing to say, but you know what I mean. Sometimes they just piss you off for no reason. Be like, yo, shut up for a minute. GZZ is alright whether it's niche or not. Just give me good combat, waifu, reward, and story. I agree. Alright. How much stamina do I have? 80. Let's go farm some stuff for Fufu. Genshin Impact becoming overrated and outdated. I don't think they're overrated anymore. I think the hype for Genshin has died down enough to the point where it's now equalized in a good equilibrium. Basically, what I'm trying to say is it's less players now, so things are kind of evened out. Have you noticed? Genshin was a phenomenon, but now it's just like a normal gacha game. Still toxic? True. I tried to text and Twitch didn't work. Oh, it's still not working? Sad. Sorry, I don't know what's wrong with it. Wish I could help you, but I genuinely don't know why it's doing all that.
Adjusting for wind. The target's weary. Strong hostiles. An opening.
Damn. I really think this would have been so much quicker if she had her engine. Damn. Angel, thank you for the 13 months. This is why when it comes to most fandoms, I agree. Thank you for the 13 months. Thank you. How you doing? Welcome in. Yo, guys, I thought about this for an entire 20 hours. Guys, I really want this. I thought about it for 20 hours. Actually, it's more like 36 hours because the last time we played was like 2 days ago. I really want this. So I might consider pulling for this right now. Not worth? Oh, I know it's not. I know it's not worth because there's Fufu. And then there's the what is it? Spooky girls, but each one is a DPS character. I don't need a perfect best in slot weapon for a stun or a support character, but she's a DPS character. The more niche the interest, better we understand each other. When there are too many voices speaking on surface level, there tends to be too many opposing opinions, too much friction, and that's toxicity. Yep, that's usually how it goes. Same goes to Miyabi, that the same you told last time. Yeah, but Miyabi was a DPS character, that's why I got it. Wait, who came out after Miyabi?
This is the path I follow.
Trigger, right? And Vivian.
Good day.
And then
Outstanding.
Anbi.
Look at number 0, Anbi.
To be fair, Anbi is also a DPS character. Right?
Standing by.
Vivian's not. So I didn't get her. I didn't get it. I'm sticking to my guns here.
Got your back.
Look, Trigger's not, and I didn't get it. You see what I mean? This is not Trigger's. This is Chingy's. I stole it from her. Astra Evelyn? Astra! She doesn't have best in slot either. You see? I made sure that I just like save as much as I can. But she's a DPS character.
I can help you ward off misfortune and disaster.
I too want Fufu, but I'm waiting to see what Yuzuha and a physical support is capable of. Yeah, and then we have Alice. Oh my god. This is why I keep telling you guys. This is why I need to be filthy rich, so I don't need to make these hard decisions. And I can live life like I am, you know, like I make easy decisions. Should you prioritize weapons for supporting character first, then DPS? Should I? I don't know. I always assumed getting a best in slot for your main DPS is the most crucial thing. But am I wrong? Is there like a different calculation that people are aware of, that my naivety is kind of being ignorant? You mean like me, it's not all flowers and rainbows? Yeah, but that's because you go like M6. I just want the character and the weapon, nothing more. I don't need to be filthy rich for that. Just enough. I got the weapon because it wouldn't let me use any other weapons that I own. Damn. That would have been a good excuse for me, but oh, fuck. Support always stay relevant longer than DPS? No. Not all the time. Look at Miyabi. You know what? Let me be patient. Let me be patient because I think Miyabi, you needed to get her best in slot weapon, but maybe Yixuan is not required, perhaps. I still think Miyabi is just stronger. I noticed that Miyabi's clear speed is way better than Yixuan's clear speed. It might be because Miyabi has more range or more AoE, but I don't know if it's true either, but I feel like Miyabi's quicker. So like, because she's quicker, having best in slot for Miyabi is more efficient than having best in slot for Yixuan. But then again, I don't know. I actually don't know. I'm just assuming things. Best in slot for main carry is better. The support already has their own value in their base kit. Ah, that makes sense. Miyabi is easier to hit damage ceiling. That Wenjin is worthy. Very few Rupture Wenjins out there. That's so... Oh! God. Okay. I disagree. Miyabi's so strong that she is clearing perfectly fine without her Wenjin. You're right. Guys, you're right. Character is priority. You're right. You're right. Now I'm thinking about it. You don't even need Miyabi's best in slot to clear anything. You just need Miyabi and you clear everything. You're right. Characters over weapons. Oh, how could I have almost made such a crucial mistake? Character over weapons. I didn't really play the arcade game, but okay. I just opened the menu and it worked. Alright, let's go do the story. Yeah, we gotta save, because unlike the weapons, in this game particularly, there's things called losing your 50-50s. I gotta be mindful. Alright. We'll start in just a second. Let me go pee. I'll go pee. I go bathroom and then we can start, okay? Pretty excited for the story to continue. I don't know if we'll finish it again today, but we'll be back tomorrow if we don't finish it today. Let me go use the bathroom. Let's go! Story time! Story time! Chat, Yuzuha or Alice? Pick one. Yuzuha or Alice? So I either want to hear one of my funny jokes? Sure. Both? No, you have to pick one. Each run away does more damage. Pulling for her 5-star weapon just adds a little damage on the eruption effect. You're right. We'll just hold on. We'll hold on for Yuzuha and Alice and Fufu and who do you think is after them? After Fufu, Yuzuha, and Alice, who do you think comes after? Maybe Orpheus? Husbando? Oh, true. What that wolf guy? What's his name? Not Pan. What's his name? The guy at the shrine. I've been fairly lucky with the Wenjin banner as of late, getting earlies and winning 75-25. 75-25 feels so much better, dude. Like, holy crap. The cat's a 4-star, you think so? Okay. Let's go do the story. Yay. That's what it was. Investigate the production accident. Speaking of which, still no word about the compensation. Maybe I should ask about it later. Compensation? Yes, there was a safety incident in the Hollow recently, but we still haven't heard anything about compensation. Ask Paulo and Eric if you want to know more, though Eric's still in the Hollow right now. If you want to talk to Paulo, he should be over there. Have you not met the wolf guy yet? Wait, I thought... Isn't the wolf guy the guy at the shrine? Isn't it this guy? Isn't this guy the wolf guy, or is there another wolf guy? This guy. Yay. Is there another wolf guy? Why do you pull in this game? Meta personality physics. Physics. You call it physics? Meta 35%. Personality 35%, physics 30%. I think that's the kind of the spread for me. But then again, when you say physics, I just mean character design, not just gravity. Do you remember where you left off at story-wise? Yeah, I think we're investigating the... Oh my god. That's the wolf guy? What the fuck? He's actually a wolf. Wow, speak of the devil. I know that from what I remember last time, we're basically trying to figure out what happened in the Hollows, where the Luminite whatever porcelain factory, there was an issue, and the workers are looking for compensation. And then what's his name? Damien? He came to the shrine and he was like, "Don't get yourself involved. Get your nose out of, don't be sniffing around." And he kind of gave us like a weird ass threat. And then so Yixuan was like, "They know we're investigating. We should be a little bit more careful. Let's figure out what happened in the mines." That's all I remember.
Hey, you. You've been running all around here. What do you want?
Do you see my joke? Wait, where was your joke? What did the shark say when he was accused of hitting his brother? Not guilty. Good one. Nice. Nice.
Poor Salumix must have sent her.
It's set from League. With red hair.
I told you! They won't let us off the hook so easily! Shut it, Paolo. You're giving me a headache. Alright, I'll ask you one last time. What do you want?
I will be here. You'll be my second screen. Going AFK because I don't want spoiler. Gotcha.
If you're here for trouble, then why beat
Make
around
it
the
double.
bush? Give me your best punch, right in my face!
What the fuck? This guy is like a meathead.
Why would anybody want to get punched?
What's up, Everys?
First, you get everyone riled up, taunt them into making the first move, and then you sue for compensation.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, I've seen enough from poor Salumex's playbook, so I won't throw the first punch. Go ahead. The honor is all yours. Just remember, once you throw that first punch, then whatever happens after will be considered self-defense. And then, it's my turn.
Calm down. What the fuck?
Please calm down. I'm not with poor Salumex. My name is Belle. I'm from Swabian Temple. I just wanted to ask you something.
Swabian Temple? What did you want to know?
Change of demeanor. That's funny. I'm here to investigate the production accident.
I'm here to investigate the situation inside Lemnian Hollow. I heard that there's been an accident, but Porcelumex has been keeping everything under wraps, so I'm not sure what exactly happened. Anyway, I'm really not a TOPS employee.
So you're also after Porcelumex. My mistake then. My name is Komano Manato. My friend is still in a coma at the hospital because of this Porcelumex mess.
Interesting that you have a Japanese name.
So I came here to figure out what happened and to help him get justice. Since you're also looking into it, I guess that makes us allies.
Does it?
Oh, thank goodness. I was worried that you were with Porcelumex and came here to stir up trouble. So you're also looking into the corruption incident?
So it would seem.
Corruption incident? You know about it? Can you give me more details?
Certainly. I was on the same shift with the guys that got sick, and I saw with my own eyes how their corruption broke out.
So you're saying the workers on the Porcelain production line became corrupted? But shouldn't there be anti-corruption measures for operations inside the Hollow?
That's right. People who spend extended time inside the Hollow must wear protective suits and take anti-corruption medicine according to protocol. Otherwise, they'll be corrupted by ether.
Oh, wait a minute. I'm starting to slowly recall what happened in the previous season of this story. What was it that exactly was going on? The cult was trying to... They were like doing some of this like human sacrifice shit. Oh, I wish I knew exactly what it was, because I know it's like on the tip of my tongue, but my language is not allowing me to elaborate on what's in my brain. People were being used as guinea pigs, sacrifice, the cult trying to make superhuman kind of being one with the creator. So I wonder if the tops, they know something about it too. So they're maybe also using, they're probably using the warehouse, the factory, for similar effects of using people and corrupting them on purpose or some shit. I'm sure they're correlated. It's just starting to connect in my brain now. I'm starting to recall.
Most of us who are willing to work inside the Hollow already suffer from corruption after the fall of the old capital. We need to take anti-corruption medicine as long-term treatment. Porcelumix provides the medicine, and that's why we're willing to put our lives on the line for them. But the medicine seems to be the cause of the issue this time.
Interesting.
My colleagues who drank the medicine quickly collapsed. Some of them even had a corruption outbreak on the spot. It took so much effort just to bring them to the hospital.
Wait, which one was Dina? Was that Trigger's friend or was that Anbi's friend? Was that Trigger's friend? Did that have anything to do with the main story? Oh my god, dude, I hate my memory and how it's so bad.
After Porcelumex learned of this, the first thing they did was order us to keep our mouths shut.
Vivian's friend. Oh my god! There's so many friends! Everybody's friends, so depressing! Okay, Dina was Vivian's friend. Oh yeah, because Vivian used to be a part of... What were they called? Not Mockingbird. The family? The Exaltists. Dina's dad was a fucking crackhead, literally. He's a crazy, insane dude. Oh, okay, Exaltist. Okay, so Vivian was part of the Exaltist. Dina's dad was the head of the Exaltist. He was a fucking crazy bitch. And then he died. Dina was obsessed with following her dad's steps, and then Dina died, I think. Yes, sacrifice. I remember now. Okay.
Later on, I heard the good Dr. Lore say that there's something fishy with that batch of medicine. It was
Thank you.
ineffective. Heartless company, they couldn't care less whether we live or die.
Dina's dad was the head of the sect of the Exaltist. Yeah, the crazy guy.
How could they? I never thought Porcelumex would stoop this low.
That's right. Damien ordered a lockdown on the affected area, said the place was abandoned, and forbade us from going near it.
Something doesn't
Thank you.
feel right. I've got to find a way into that area and see what's going on. To tell you the truth, we are investigating for the mayor. Our goal is to find out what exactly happened inside the Hollow. If you're willing to work with us, I can help you and your fellow workers fight for your rights and secure better compensation.
Oh yeah, and then the whole reason why we're here is because the mayor is he showed us a picture of our teacher apparently, and we were like, what the fuck is going on? Let's go investigate.
Investigating for the mayor? Paolo, this is your chance. Don't you want to get fair compensation and treat your family's corruption?
You're right. And Yunque Summit helped us a lot too, back when the old capital fell. I trust you people. All right then, you have my word. When you're free, head to the hollow cable car. I'll ask a worker friend to sneak you in.
Okay, cool.
As for the corrupted area, although I can't get you in, I know someone who can. He also knows a lot more about the corruption incident than I do.
Thank you.
Really? Thank you so much. Don't worry, I promise I'll get to the bottom of this.
Give me 1 second, guys. I have to look something up real fast. (2 a.m.) Okay. 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2. Guys, we have 5 hours to play Zenless. I think that's a good amount. We're not gonna, maybe we won't stream the entirety of the 5 hours, but we got time tonight, because I am not going to sleep tonight because T1 is playing Hanwha Life Esports, and this is the decider match tonight on who goes to MSI, and that happens at 2 in the morning. So I am not going to sleep and watch that. So in order for me to watch that, I have to stay up until 2. So we got plenty of time to finish this tonight. Let's go.
Mm-hmm. And if you need my help, you've got it.
Actually, there is one more thing I wanted to ask. Have you seen this person in Wi-Fi Peninsula? Or maybe you recognize the location in the photo?
You're gonna compromise your sleep schedule again? Yeah, but it's T1 versus Hanwha Life Esports. It's a decider match on who goes to MSI. Of course! Of course!
I've never seen this person, and the location looks to be somewhere inside the hollow, but I can't exactly pinpoint it.
Neither have I. But don't you worry. I'll ask my buddy with connections to ask around.
What do you say it like that? Connections.
I see. Thank you both. I'll ask around too.
Do you guys know about the crazy drama between T1 and Hanwha Life Esports? Do you guys even follow League of Legends at all? This is like one of the biggest match that, if you're a fan of Korean League of Legends, you need to watch. No? Okay. Let me guys give you a quick rundown. So, do you guys know who Faker is? Even if you don't play League of Legends, if you play video games and you kind of know like esports even somewhat, you know who Faker is, right? So you don't? Okay. He's just basically, the simplest way of putting it, he's basically Michael Jordan of esports. Okay, that's like the most generic way that I don't like to do that, but that's like literally the most generic way of putting it. So what happened was in 2022, Faker and his 4 teammates on the team called T1, right? They lost at the World Championship to an underdog in 2022, and it was like really like devastating. But not so much for Faker because he's already won like the World Championship like 3 times over already before then. But then it was for like the other 4 members of the team that were like essentially very close to being rookies. Not really, but like some of them yes, some of them not. But like it was their first time trying to win it all, and then they lost. And it was especially hard because everybody was expecting them to win at 2022 championships because they were just a better team. But they lost 3-2 against an underdog team. Okay, understand that, right? The big point that you have to understand here is that Faker had 4 teammates that were kind of like gunning for the win for their first time. Okay, they lost and it was devastating. And then an entire year, there's a championship every year, right? Entire year goes by, things happen, seasons happen, and then they come back. They come all the way back to the World Championship Finals. Again, the same 5 players on the same team, they come back, right? And they win. This is 2023. They win, right? And so now they're like very happy. They redeemed themselves and all that stuff, right? And then everybody thought that was it because like winning World Championships is really hard. It's already crazy that Fakers has already won 3 in a row, or 3 already before, but that made his 4th, which is fucking bonkers. But that was the first time they won with this group of 5 players, right? And then everybody thought that was it. And then another year rolls around, 2024. They go to the finals again and they win. So think about this. In the span of 3 years, they reached finals 3 times. They won twice with the same 5 players. And if you don't know anything about like esports or League of Legends in general, having 5 players on the same team for that long is almost unheard of. If not, that was the only time that this ever happened. And people pretty much at this point said that these 5 players were basically the best group of 5 players in the history of League of Legends, period. And everybody was just so good at their individual roles. Like, perhaps they are arguably the best at their role for like 3 years straight, right? It was basically an insane super team that started from the ground, from the bottom. And then after 2024 championship, the 5th of Faker's winning, right? 5th ring for Faker. It's 2 for the other 4 players. Everybody thought that that same team would stay together. Most of the players' contracts ended at 2024, and everybody thought the 4 players or 5 players would stay together, because why wouldn't they? They literally went to the finals 3 times back to back to back. They won 2 the last 2 years, so why wouldn't they play another year together, right? It's just like it's no fucking shot that you would just separate the team. But what ended up happening was a lot of drama and a lot of underhanded agency shit and a lot of bad decision making, a lot of burning the bridges. And that T1 top laner decided to not renew the contract at the very last second and went to a different team. Now, there's a lot of like speculation on why this happened, and we don't 100% know what exactly went down. But the general consensus is that the top laner of T1, his name is Zeus. He, in my opinion, he's the best top laner in the world, But in my opinion, the reason why he left is number one, he wanted more money. Number two, he wanted to prove himself that he doesn't need T1 or Faker to like be the best, which is all fine. But number three, I think he got burnt out because T1 does so much like side stuff rather than actually just playing the game. For example, they constantly do like PR stuff. They constantly do sponsorships. They constantly stream. On top of they need to train, they need to like compete, all that stuff. And I feel like he got burnt out. So he just decided to go to a team that pays more, is a little bit more easier on the scheduling, and then he essentially wanted to prove himself, right? But in the process of that, he burned quite a bit of bridges. Not only with the organization of T1, but also not like it kind of rubbed off the wrong way against the other players that he played for 3 years straight now, you know, the people on T1. But then I'm sure they don't care because, you know, he just decided on what he thought it was best for him. So Zeus goes to Life Esports, and nobody on the team knew that he was going to do that because everybody on the team of T1 thought he was going to renew the contract. So some players on T1, they even got a pay cut so that, you know, the team would stay together. That's what happened. Like literally, people already signed on T1 again to renew their contract, trying to see if they could play with the same 5 players, and people got pay cuts. But then Zeus went to another team at the very last second without telling anybody. So T1 had to get a last minute new top laner, and everybody was fucking pissed. Fans were distraught. Organizations were pissed. Money was lost. Because, you know, like, it's like a franchise team at that point that got shattered. And what's going to happen tonight is the team of T1, 4 players plus the new top laner, it's fighting the Life Esports team that has Zeus and top laner. And Life is supposed to win, in my opinion. Even though I'm a T1 fan, Life is supposed to win because they're more stable team. And whoever wins tonight goes to the mid-season invitational. It's the international tournament. If you lose, you go home. If you win, you go to the international tournament, and that is decided tonight. So it is gonna be intense. It is gonna be fun. I'm sure the players don't have any bad feelings towards each other, but like, you know, if I was them, I'd be like, this motherfucker. You know what I mean? Like, no hard feelings, but like, it's like, bro, you fucked us over. It's time for you to get some slapping. You know what I mean? Again, I'm sure they don't have any like hard feelings because it's, you know, it's a job, but like, you know what I mean? But then again, the whole point is I'm a T1 fan, but T1 statistically they're supposed to lose tonight. So it's very, yeah, it's very spicy, very interesting what's gonna happen tonight. There you go. There's a little bit of a lore for League of Legends. That was cute, I know. Anyways, sorry for the little derailing, but I thought it was interesting. I'm a fan of Los Ratones. That's so funny because I'm a fan too. I watch occasionally just because, you know, like, it's funny how that team came together. Thanks for the lore. Thanks for listening. All right, everybody's here. Let's go.
How's everyone's investigation going?
I haven't found any clues.
Me neither. They all refused to tell us what happened, presumably by order of Porcelumex.
And here I said to lock in, we immediately locked out. Yo, you should be used to this by now. Okay.
I also checked out the hollow cable car. I don't think we'll be able to blend in. Looks like we'll have to find another way into the hollow. Should we contact the captain that helped us to sail us there?
I found some clues. I got a guy. And he's got a guy. So my guy's guy is gonna help us get into the hollow.
Don't worry. I found a worker who's willing to take us into the Hollow. And he experienced that accident firsthand. Apparently, the anti-corruption medicine Tops provided was defective and caused a major corruption outbreak among the workers.
I see. No wonder the workers are demanding compensation and coverage for their medical bills.
I have a suspicion that the failed medicine is a cover-up story, but it was actually the thing that makes the people turn. What was it called, guys? You know what I'm talking about? The thing that they were utilizing to like inject into the people, and they were turning into like what's it called? Miasma. Well, that's the cloud thing, but like the injection thing that they were using at the cult, the serum. Yes, I feel like the malfunctioning or the failed medicine, maybe it was like a replacement cover up for a serum for human experiments again. Who knows? I'm just throwing shit out there. Could be possible.
Belle, is this information reliable?
It seems credible, but we still need to investigate the site of the incident in the Hollow. Also, when he heard I was from Swabian Temple of Yunquay Summit, his attitude softened, and he said we'd helped them in the past. What did he mean by that?
That was a long time ago. When the old capital fell, the members of Yunquay Summit helped evacuate the civilians. Some of them were relocated here, but we haven't come to Swabian Temple much since then. I didn't think they'd remember us after all these years.
So that's the story. No wonder the captain wouldn't take our money. But why did everyone stop coming here? Swabian Temple actually feels like a pretty nice place to live.
Let's talk about something else.
Wait, why? I want to know.
That's right. Why don't we eat something nice before heading into the Hollow? I'll prepare the food right away.
No need to worry. It's just something from the past. I'll tell her the full story when the time's right. Anyway, let's focus on the investigation for now.
Belle, when's your friend who was willing to help going to lead us into the Hollow? Right now. Sleep, go to the cable car. There's an anomaly in the observation data from the Lemnian Hollow. The HDD needs to be adjusted before real-time analysis can be done. Wise said he'll come handle it. Went to the Hollow tomorrow. Okay, got it. Let's go. Pick out Wise from 6th Street tomorrow. Okay.
Oh.
Come see me when you're free. I have something to tell you. Okay. You start preparing the carrot data for tomorrow, and before you know it, night has fallen. Time for a chat. What's up, girl? Damn, you were waiting for me? Shit, my bad. I'm here. So. Oh, I mentioned before that I'd help unlock your potential and teach you our craft. If you're free right now. Whoa, okay. The homie Y is your favorite character. Sure. Manipulation of ether. To master these techniques, you must first be able to sense ether frequencies and resonate with them. This requires balancing your acupoints and ensuring energy can flow smoothly through your... What? According to Yunquay Summit's recorded traditions, you're supposed to burn incense, take a ritual bath, and wait for an auspicious time to perform the ceremony to cleanse your meridians. But after studying the ancient texts, I found that many steps could be simplified. The most crucial part are to choose the right time and a suitable location with proper feng shui. Feng shui. Perfect spot I found. We go. Following Yixuan, Belle arrives at a quiet spot at the designated time. Belle sits cross-legged, closed her eyes to regulating her breathing in accordance with Yixuan's instruction. Yixuan places her hand on Belle's back, and at the moment of contact, a gentle, warm current slowly flows through Belle's body. In the night, everything around is quiet, as if time froze in this moment. Wait, this is where she was like standing. we're at a different place. Perfect. Your meridians are now clear, allowing you to sense ether frequencies. Next time we enter the hollow, I'll teach you our craft. As for whether you can master it, that depends on your own potential, but fret not, I'll teach you step by step until you succeed. Once you can sense the ether frequency, you gradually learn to control its flow. While it's not exactly a mystic technique, it applies to various objects. Fire, go ahead, quite a handy trick. You get to experience the finer details as you go along. Thank you, Shifu. Let's stay here for a moment so you can familiarize yourself with the clear meridians. I shall keep you company. Chat with her. By the way, when my brother comes, will you help clear his meridians and teach him his craft too? Does he have the potential is the real question. I'll teach him all over again. By the way, you two are siblings by blood, correct? I can see you get along really well. Yep, but sometimes my brother makes me mad too, like when he steals my pudding or picks a bunch of boring artsy films when But even if he pulls these pranks, I'll still forgive him. I guess only people with siblings can truly understand. So Shifu, you have siblings too? A hint of sadness flashes across each one's expression, seeming to have been reminded of something. Yes, once upon a time. But now all that is in the past. Sorry, I shouldn't have asked. No matter. I was just reminded of old matters of our sect. Now that you've become my disciple, there are things I should tell you. However, now is not the time. It's getting pretty late. We still need to head into the hollow tomorrow, so let's head back and catch some rests. You need to regulate your meridian one more time. I'll come find you when it's time. Okay, Shifu. She leaves. Okay. Is that a jacket she's wearing because she has sleeves? I don't know what she's wearing. I never seen a jacket with like zipper on the sleeves. Maybe it's some traditional clothing. I don't know. Let's go to bed. Let's go. Let's go to the cable car. I heard a lot of people were very frustrated at the fact that there are too many black screen with texts in the 2.0 story. And while I could understand the frustration that people have with that, I kind of stand in a corner observing this madness that is unfolding, and I secretly tell myself, these people are not familiar with the game of Honkai Impact 3. They know nothing. The black screen text is not that bad. I feel like people I think what happened was somebody started complaining about it on the Genshin side, and then everybody jumped on the bandwagon and everybody started complaining about the same shit when it's actually not even that bad. But I don't know. They should play Star Rail then. That has a lot of black screen. I think it was more of like they're using the black screen too much to like be lazy on the storytelling. But Honkai Impact 3 Part 2 black screen text issue is very horrible though. But like every game has this. Maybe not to like the frequency of, you know, like, but every game has it. I don't mind them having it, right? It's more like I think people over exaggerate their frustrations about it. Some reason Hoyo never realized that this was an issue and just continued on with it. Yeah, but every like visual novel type games have it. At the end of the day, don't you agree that like, you know, gacha games, like even these kind of games are high quality, are also technically a visual novel game to an extent? Or actually, just the way it's narrated, the story. I don't know. Visual novels don't use black screens though. Yeah, they do. I remember Arc Knights had it. Genshin and Starry are not visual novels. Okay, you're right. Technically, they're not visual novels, but I kind of like bundle all the gacha games into the same idea. My only thought about it really is just, sure, more cutscenes would be great, but I don't expect them to have that kind of like quality when it's a live service game to begin with, so I don't know. I feel like people just keep wanting more and more and more and more without realizing the reality of some things, but whatever. Oh. Let's roll. Honkai but the part 2 having too many black screen tells us that they're not investing as much as workforce anymore into the game, which is the truth. I feel like in general, gaming's kind of declined. So it's kind of like, it is what it is. Let's go. Wait, can I talk to them all? No. Okay. Right. ZZZ has comic panels at their disposal. That's true. But you don't need like a comic panel for like, okay, let's go to sleep. You know what I mean? At least so far, the black screen that were being utilized in Zenless Zone Zero's story, like this story, so far, there were something like, okay, we got from point A to point B. Okay, we went to sleep. It's not like any crazy like plot point that needs to be depicted. Protective gear. Okay. In comparison, they invested big for CCD, but for some reason 2.0 falls into the trope again. The whole Chinese theme is recycled into Honkai Impact and Genshin 2. I think it's fine. As long as they execute it well, I think it's fine. So far, this new area is pretty cool. I'm not opposed to them doing it again. But if they do it again and it's a ripoff, then I have issues. But it seems like just thematically, you know, it's Asian culture, but doesn't look like they, you know, it's like a big issue about it. What's up, Kai? Go talk to Eric. Okay. Is that Eric? Wait, this is the guy from who helped us. Who? So, wait, this is a different guy? What the fuck? They're the same fucking model, but this is a different guy. You must be his twin brother. So, Eric.
You must be the investigators that Paolo mentioned. Wonderful. With your help, we'll have a chance to discuss compensation with Porsalumix.
Sorry, you are?
I'm Eric, head of the Porsalumix Labor Union. We do what we can to help folks when they're going through tough times. Surely you've heard of the production accident by now?
We have a general idea. The anti-corruption medicine was defective, causing a corruption outbreak among the workers, right?
Yes. Ever since that happened, I've been assembling everyone to negotiate with Damien for compensation. But now I hear Damien's putting it on hold, waiting for a chance to cut the compensation. We're looking for a way to negotiate with him. We decided to take action. We can't let him get away with this anymore.
Do you have any plans?
Porsalumix is unwilling to compensate us because it determined that we can't prove it's their medicine that's at fault. If they wanted to, they could even claim that the workers were hospitalized from pre-existing corruption that dates back to the fall of the old capital. So, we plan on searching for evidence that Porsalumix's medicine is defective.
Have a good day, Boompi.
Evidence, we can rally everyone to protest against this injustice and demand compensation.
So I'll see you later. If you come back. We plan on searching for evidence that Porsalumix medicine is defective as long as we have solid evidence. Sure, I guess. But even then, you gotta be careful.
But aren't you still relying on their cheap medicine to slow down the corruption symptoms? Even if you have evidence, you'll be cut off from anti-corruption medicine as soon as you fall out with them, right?
That's exactly why we've been holding back for all these years. But things have changed lately. Dr. Lore is willing to treat us at lower rates.
Oh, now I'm suspicious of Dr. Lore. How are you able to procure such medicine? From where? And for cheaper? Suspicious. It's the guy on the poster. I am suspicious.
Thanks to him, we were able to break free from Porsalumix's control. Now he's the backbone of the Union.
I don't trust any of these motherfuckers.
Oh, really? How did he manage to provide
Oh my god, Belle is so smart.
Medicine?
She's literally me.
I don't know the technical specifics, but I believe he used the early production facilities that Porsalumix abandoned and organized a group of people to privately produce it.
I don't like the sound of that. Yeah, that shit's sus.
Doesn't sound very safe.
Who cares?
What do you
If we
mean?
don't resist, we have no hope left. By the way, Dr. Lore is going to look for evidence of Porsalumix being responsible for the production site accident. If you want, you can ask him about the details.
Before I go, there's one more thing I need to confirm. Have you seen this person, or can you tell me where this photo was taken?
No, I've never seen this person around here, but there's a lot of miasma in the background. Maybe it's somewhere deep in Lemnian Hollow. That's all I can say.
Gotcha. Thanks anyway. I'll ask others about it.
Oh, he's right here. What's up, suspicious man?
Oh,
damn, this guy looks
you must
suspicious
be
as
the
hell.
Investigators that Eric mentioned. He sounded so excited over the communicator, saying that the mayor's investigators are coming to inspect the porcelain production site.
You must be Dr. Lore. I heard you're providing medicine to everyone. Is that true?
Eric really can't keep any secrets, huh? Oh, I can't believe he told you that. Just don't go spreading it around. If Porsalumix finds out, I'll be in big trouble.
I don't trust this guy. Look at his chin. How do you make the medicine? Huh?
Don't worry, we won't. But can you tell us how the medicine is made?
Of course you can't. Some secret formula.
There's nothing special about the composition of the anti-corruption medicine. Actually, the most valuable ingredient is porcelain powder, which is common in Lemnian Hollow.
I just had an epiphany. Oh shit. It would be insane. Not surprising, but it would be insane if the production of porcelain powder requires human sacrifice, as they always do. You ever watch Fullmetal Alchemist and the Philosopher's Stone? You need people's souls and lives for that shit so that you can utilize his power. Maybe to protect yourself from the miasma, you need to sacrifice people. Just throwing that out there. I've seen this. I've been on this rodeo before. I've seen this happening before in anime.
I recently discovered an old production line that Porcelumex abandoned in the Hollow back when the old capital fell. With the help of a friend, we managed to repair it. I didn't have high hopes at first, but as luck would have it, those old machines began working. I named this medicine Alleviating Water. Hopefully, it'll help alleviate people's corruption symptoms and help them escape Porcelumex's trap.
Porcelumex's trap? What do you mean?
Have you ever considered that while Porcelumex has been providing anti-corruption medicine, they don't really want to cure these people working in the Hollow? It'd benefit them more to provide weaker medicine just enough to slow the progression of their illness, not stop it. That way, these workers are stuck here forever.
Dude, this sounds like real life. It hits close to home. Holy shit. Dude. This is the same complaint I have about America's fucking healthcare system. It always feels like fucking these hospitals you go to, they just kind of keep you at the hospital as long as possible so they can collect all the fucking insurance money. I've had this conspiracy theory in my head for such a long time, bro. Does that mean Bell is Edward and Wise is Al? I guess so.
After all, nobody wants to work in the Hollow long term, except those who were already corrupted during the fall of the old capital.
Nobody wants to work in the Hollow for an extended period.
Porcelumex is deliberately delaying because it doesn't want its cheap long-term labor to leave with large sums of compensation. That's why we can't trust the medicine they give us. We have to find a way to make our own.
Okay.
This path is illegal and very risky, yes. But at least it's a hopeful one.
I'm gonna turn the lights off, bro. It's so bright. Oh, you can't even see me. Is this fine? You guys okay with this? You guys aren't even looking at my face, so... Wait. There. Can you guys still see me? This is fine, right? This is fine. I think this is fine. Oh my god. There. This is Moody. We're locked in for the long one. I turned my lights off.
Dr. Lore, you said Porcelumex is delaying compensation, but do you have evidence?
Oh!
Of course. My friend works in the local hospital. He checked Porcelumex's medical records and statistics. The medical records of the victims have been tampered with, so there is no specific reason for their illness, let alone any compensation process. They're clearly trying to cover the whole thing. Without hard evidence, they'll never process the compensation.
suspicious.
I've been trying to obtain evidence, but that area has been abandoned. And it's ridden with ethereals. It's impossible for me.
He's gonna ask us to go collect the evidence over there.
Since you're the mayor's investigators,
Okay.
you must be able to find your way in the Hollow. If you can help me with the investigation, you should be able to figure out the cause of the contamination. You guys can go ahead and follow the carrot data and investigate the site. But the area's swarming with ethereals. Are you sure you'll be all right?
Don't worry, we know what we're doing.
And she's strong.
All right, I'll go investigate the vicinity.
Maybe this guy's
If
not
everything goes
that
according to
bad.
plan, let's meet up near the site.
But I don't like his smile. Oh my gosh. Well, I don't know what it is, but his smile makes me want to punch him in the face. But maybe he's a good guy. The restricted area should be ahead. Be careful. There are more miasma. Something doesn't feel right. I'll be careful. Okay. If we're going to help Dr. Lore find evidence, what about the observation device in the Hollow? Based on the information from the mayor, the observation device near here could record a lot of strange data. We need to find a way to inspect this data module. Okay. He just has a punchable face? Oh, yeah, for sure he does. Okay. We're finally inside the Hollow. At least the new iteration of it. Investigation zone mode. After entering Aerospace City, I guess this is where we are. The investigation zone menu will appear in the top right corner. Okay. Press the left trigger X for squad configuration to freely switch between investigation zone squads. After entering the Aerospace City, the interface was switched to, which includes access to most system functions. Okay.
There's a good vantage point over there. That should give us a better look at the surrounding area.
Oh! We're gonna play Fufu? Punch now, apologize later, maybe? Oh shit, it's Fufu! Bro, Nekomata is just never gonna get played. It was already bad after Jane, but well, actually, Fufu's not a. She looks like a DPS character, but she's a stun character, right? Oh, dash and attack. Oh my god. How long does this last? Forever? Until I let go? I guess it's like forever. Keep pressing attack makes her attack faster. Does it eventually stop? Oh, I guess it's like a charge up speed. It just keeps going, but faster, and then it reaches like a peak speed. She has different recovery animation depending on how long you spin. It's funny. Oh. Okay. Her idle animation? I think I've seen her idle animation. Isn't this where she attacks the ball or whatever? I think I saw it on Twitter. Her tail's cute. She's got like a cute ribbon. I don't know what it says on there, but
Yeah, that's what I'll say when I run into the enemy.
what? How long does this last? The tail on the what is this called? It's also shaking. Why does this last so long? Don't turn around. I'm assuming if I turn, then she's gonna stop. How long does this go for? You good? Hello? We gotta go investigate. Okay, that's enough. Alright, let's actually fight with her and see how it feels.
Allow me, Fufu.
The tigers are on it!
Ah! I just skipped. She's a stunt character, right?
Let's make this quick.
Okay, she stuns pretty fast, but I'm pretty sure that's just because these guys are like low level enemies.
So this area has been abandoned. The corruption outbreak must have left some traces. Ether residue wouldn't just vanish.
Chest. What the fuck? These corners are baiting me nowadays. I like a running animation. It's cute. This is a condensed mass that constantly emits miasma, attracting enemies. If you spot one, be ready for combat.
Careful, everyone. Ethereal's
Okay.
incoming.
What's her EX skill? Oh, that's her. Holy shit. Okay. What is her bar here? Oh, I don't even know what that does. I'm pretty sure it's just like a thing where she does more stun. Okay. You can preview her mindscape and skill, but I forgot how in the mode. Character screen, no? Oh, maybe.
Eradicate all evil. Only the.
Come on, if you need help,
Oh.
call me anytime.
Oh. Maybe not. Press T? This.
What
Oh.
brings you here?
Fufu's here!
Before
I
that.
can help you ward off misfortune and disaster.
How come she doesn't have any mindscapes, but... okay.
What brings you?
Today's reading is Be a Hero.
Maximum decibel for our character squad increased by 1,000. So it's over the cap of 3k. So you can ult quicker, I guess. Interesting. When an attack or rupture character uses an ultimate. Okay.
Today's reading is
Sure.
Be a Hero. I didn't expect there to be so much miasma around here.
Where? I don't see any. What do you mean, girl?
Is it because of the accident that happened?
Probably.
Leave it to me.
She's too cute. She is cute. What's that? A drill? Belle, I'm going to teach you the perception technique. This is a special technique of Yonkai Summit. It has many variation and uses. The principle lies in the sensing of the frequency of the surrounding ether waves. When using ether resonance to trigger phase change, I've already opened up your meridian, so you should be able to sense the ether resonance frequency now. First, I'll teach you the inside form. Look through the stuff, and you just activate it. Cool, I can look through stuff.
Now, let's try a perception technique.
What is this for?
Insight allows one to see the traces of corrupted matter.
Okay, what do I do with these traces?
Control your breathing and feel the ether fluctuations around you.
Oh, it's like a route. It leads me somewhere. But what's the point? When the path, there's only one path anyway. Why is this a thing? Does this like lead me somewhere and like it opens up a path? All my life I pronounced it as miasma. It's just tomato. I'm sure either is correct. What is the purpose of this? Just like data. Observational data. I want to take a picture of it. Yay! Don't know if that was needed, but immersion.
When the corruption outbreak began, people panicked and fled, seeking safety wherever they could.
Do you think you ever play a horror game on stream?
These ether traces must be from that time.
I don't know.
Now that you can see the traces using insight, let's follow their trail and see where it leads.
Chest! Chest! Oh wait, this is where I came from. He should play My Side if he hasn't already. Isn't that some crazy game? Wait. I felt something. Wait, I was just here. What the hell was the point of this? I came over here. I took a picture of this and then I just left. I guess maybe they'll pop up in the future part of this story. Okay. Let's just head out. Hey, Pin. Ooh. Anything around the corner here? Nope. Of course not. Dr. Lore sent the Bangbu to help us? You sure about that? Or is he secretly watching us? I don't trust this guy at all. I noticed the Fisher beacon nearby and figured you'd come here to rest, so I brought it along. Thanks for saving me. I was sent by Dr. Lore to assist you in the investigation. I can guide you to the location the doctor marked. Sure, or is this a trap? There's a tower up ahead. It's an abandoned production facility. The doctor said it's very close to the site where the corruption even happened, and all the clues are there. Okay. By the way, this Fisher beacon here is a device used by the Investigative Association to monitor spatial rifts. I'm not sure if this is still functional, but if we can fix it, we'll be able to detect nearby spatial rifts. I'm sure Bell can fix it right up, no? Easy. The device shows a fissure nearby that leads out of the hollow. Okay. Dr. Lore. Yeah. Isn't his name Lore? Just spelled differently? Oh, this is just a teleporter. Okay. And it heals. Ooh. Man, this is literally just really just turning into an action game. The production area Bangbu Fate mentioned is just ahead. After confirming the location, everybody sets out. Did I punch these? I don't need to worry too much about the miasma things because I'm just good at this game and I won't be hit by them. Plain and simple.
Looks like we've got some tough customers.
Well done.
Don't worry, Shifu's here. Let's get rid of them.
What a nuisance. Your fate is sealed.
Easy clap. Oh, fuck! I missed you. I fucked up. Whatever.
Strength and finesse.
Die. Who's next?
We're at the edge of the hollow, but the miasma is still so
Dude, her
dense.
flying animation is also so cool. Ah, they really are good at making characters, man.
This hollow's got a weird vibe to it.
Now's the perfect time. Let me teach you the disintegration technique. Yes, we can break stuff. Go, yay!
Attune yourself to the frequency of the corruption first.
Uh-huh.
Gently move the ether around you. Let it fall into resonance.
Okay. Alright.
It worked!
Because I am gifted
Just did exactly what Shifu said.
and talented. I have the potential.
Didn't expect it to work so well.
You have the potential. What the?
Whoa, your talent's kinda scary.
You catch on quickly.
Thank you, Shifu.
The potential you possess is truly astonishing.
Oh, jeez.
I'm flattered, Shifu. Might have just been beginner's luck. Anyway, let's keep investigating.
Is this a different elevator? Oh, it's just broken. MC Powercraft all of Yishuan students. We just ocean of potential.
The accident site should be right over there.
I want to fight more. Okay. Guess we're done here for now anyway.
Check it out.
The ether levels around here are rising.
I want to use Fufu more.
Must be remnants from the corruption outbreak.
Oh! No!
As expected, this entire place has been polluted.
Go back! Go back!
If you work in the Hollow long term, can corruption really be cured?
With this control of ether, imagine what
Feels
they
like
can
a
do with
never-ending
ether in people's
cycle.
bodies. She's OP without even knowing it. Can she? You think she'll be able to? That's kind of like creepy, actually. After parts of Lumix left, someone in the internat's been offering big money for the production equipment here. Okay. During the process, they also found some weird pharmaceutical data, then trashed it. Pharmaceutical data? Sounds like there might be some info about the production accident in here. I was just thinking the same thing. I just got the observation that you asked me to collect Bell. I'm planning to head to the Hollow Raiders hideout to see if they salvage any crews. That sounds dangerous. Sounds kind of dangerous. Are you sure you're going to be okay? Don't sweat. Okay. Keep going. Hey, what the? What's up, guys? Almost didn't see. Oh, shit. Okay. What?
Let me.
I wonder how I use the fireball. Oh, let me. Do I hold my attack? No. Wait, that fills it up. But how do I use it? That's one way to use it. How do I use the bar? Do I need EX bar? Oh, you just have to do the spinny thing and run into him, I guess. I bounce off like fucking Ricochet. The bar is for all field attack. Oh, it's like the Bernice stuff. I see. Alright, whatever.
Let's get still. I decree.
That's what she did to the ether crystal when Yishuan was speaking. She resonated with the ether energy and then flipped the polarity to break apart the crystal. I mean, I'm sure she won't use it on humans. That would be very dangerous. Huh. This open field is very suspicious looking. Almost as if I'm fighting something here. Maybe not. Imagine if the MC gets developed abilities similar to Honkai to Layla. That'd be wild.
To the sky.
We can use our special power. This is such an interesting gimmick. Wait, what the? It's a dead end. It's a trap! Wait, what's the point of this? Maybe it's for later. Okay.
To the sky.
Oh, maybe I'm supposed to go there. Okay. I went in freaking wrong order.
That bamboo should still be around here. Let's go let it know what's up.
Fufu have same gameplay of Trigger, but Trigger with popcorn maker. Sure. I mean, it seems simple enough. You fill up the bar and then just swap out, and then that bar depletes as she's like. Wait, is it like kind of auto? She uses the bar, or do I have to do something special when she's all filled? I'm assuming it's auto, like majority of the other characters that have similar mechanics. Okay. Dash, hold, attack, and switch. Oh, you're saying like when she's got the fiery bar, you do this and then swap, and then just like let that fucking Beyblade and shit? Is that what I'm supposed to do? Let it rip. You can consume the bar by holding dash and release hold. So like that. That's right?
I'll watch over you. To the side.
There's more and more corruption residue around here.
Okay.
It might attract ethereals.
Stay alert, everyone.
You're fucking Jesus. I saw your chat message. I was like, hold dash attack when the bar is fire. Yeah, and then swap.
Careful, people. This one looks pretty tough.
Wait.
Superior ethereal.
So like, okay, I see what's going on.
Your fate is sealed.
Oh, it's kind of like hard to get started, but
it's almost.
It's cool.
Leave it to me.
Man, these guys are weak. I'm trying to do my combos and shit, and they die so fast. Unfortunately, that way of transportation is slower. There appears to be an issue with the ether flow in this device. I need to fix it. Okay. Man, I am OP. Oh, I don't need to do that. I just need to go up to it. Okay. Use LB or RB to switch between control points. The left joystick to move the control points. I don't know what the hell it wants me to do, but I'm sure I'll figure it out. Okay, what the fuck is all this? Okay, alright. Doing switches for all field attack, but you can consume the bar on fire by G for herself by holding dash attack and then release hold. Okay. Maybe... I mean, I want to figure it out, but these monsters are dying too fast. Maybe in the longer fight I can figure it out a little better. What the fuck elementary fucking puzzle is this? Are you serious? Well, actually, it's fine because Belle is a super hacker, so that's why it's so easy for her. Lore. It all makes sense.
To the sky.
Oh, what the? You can kind of like... What is this? Oh, it's that. It's like dodging. She looks mad funky.
Carrot data shows that the site of the accident is just ahead.
Nice.
We might find some
Seamless
clues
loading
there.
screen.
Let's investigate.
What's up? Looks like those weird big guys are up ahead again. Beat them up! Let's go! Alright, let's do it. What's up, guys? You guys having a good day? Not anymore.
Let's make this quick.
No, this thing looks like it fucking hurts, dude. Oh my.
Strength and finesse. What a nuisance. Swift yet still.
Do I like this area? It's cool.
Yin and yang converge. Your fate is sealed.
I like the aesthetics of it. And then I like how it is not like too big and it's very cozy. Why are you beating up these nice people? I don't know. I don't have any say. Usually it's like, you know, after the fact that I beat them up, I learned that I just did a bad thing.
Leave it to me.
Anything before that, we just kind of assume it's just self-defense. Okay? So it's not my fault. I was going to skip each one, but the Gyat spoke to me. I see. Okay. I didn't know they could talk, but I see. Went to the Hollow Raiders hideout and took care of their leader. Oh shit, good job. Looks like these guys were just hired thugs doing it for the money. I chased them all away. They shouldn't come back to mess around with the investigation now, but I find some records of the workers taking corruption medicine could be used for evidence. Great! Well done. Although the Hollow Raiders no longer a threat, we still need to be able to stay on our toes. I checked out the surrounding. Looks like the accident site is just a step ahead. Okay.
Huh? Is that Dr. Lore?
Oh gosh.
Isn't
I
he
knew this guy was
investigating
suspicious.
another area? What's he doing here?
So obvious. So obvious he's the evil one.
Let's go ask him what's going on.
Yeah, let's just fucking run him over. Come on, baby. Oh. My aim's off. What's up, dude?
Thank goodness you're here. Oh, I thought I was done for.
The way you're lying. UD got each right in the signature with 40 pulls. Damn, he's always lucky with those. How many did I spend to get her? Probably like 60? One day I'll get lucky.
Huh? Dr. Lore?
But then for me, winning the 50-50 is already like
Outskirts?
a W,
What are you
so.
doing here?
Wait, let me ban this guy. Okay.
I just wanted to see if I could take a shortcut to collect some samples. I didn't expect ethereals to target me and chase me all the way here.
Lies.
A good thing you showed up. Whew. Right. Did you manage to find any evidence?
Lost my 50-50, but I got my 110. Nice, congrats.
We ran into your bamboo. It
I'm
led us to all
jealous.
sorts of
Give me it.
evidence.
Give me the weapon. Only if we could trade.
Great. That should be enough evidence then. I also collected a number of corruption samples to support our case. The area up ahead is where the corruption symptoms broke out. I want to collect some more samples there to make sure our evidence is tight. However, I heard ethereals over there. I think they've been roaming the area, just waiting to jump out and attack.
Don't worry. We'll head over and check it out. If any ethereals show up, we'll deal with them.
So cute.
Wonderful. I'll be counting on you then.
Right into the trap. Let's go. What's up? Look at this little puppy. Looks like a frog, actually.
This
What
ethereal
are you?
looks kind of off. Be careful.
It might have something to do with the miasma.
Ah, I've been hit.
It looks pretty gross.
Fufu, don't underestimate it. Watch out. Its attacks are dangerous. End it fast.
I'm trying.
You got it, Shifu. We'll wipe that smug look off its face real quick.
I'm trying.
Obliterate form and spirit. As decreed.
Oh, that was a waste. It's cool.
Evil shall be purged.
Easy. The ethereals have dispersed. Dr. Lord carefully heads over to collect the corruption samples.
This investigation was too risky. If it wasn't for your help, I probably wouldn't have made it back. Thank you all for helping with the investigation. We've now gathered sufficient evidence to lay out the details of the accident.
Cool.
Eric and the others just finished their shift and are resting outside the hollow. I'll head out and update them on the investigation.
Maybe this guy is a good guy. Maybe, again, I'm just like paranoid for no reason.
Next, we'll rally everyone to discuss how to fight for compensation from Porcelumex. Everyone from Yunquay
Maybe I'm
Summit,
crazy. Maybe I'm the one
grateful
crazy.
for your help.
Don't mention it. We're here to investigate the incident anyway. Helping you was no trouble at all.
Hugo VA finally announced himself on Twitter. That's cool.
I really
Everybody seems to be
your
announcing
help
everything
made my
now.
plan go much more
That's all I've been seeing for the past few days.
Your plan? What do you mean?
Well, I asked Eric and the members of the Union to formulate a plan to protest against Porcelumex. It's time to put everything into action.
He looks like a respective member of the community. Oh god. I feel like I'm getting just like mad trolled. For some reason they don't really announce the English VAs, but the JP does. It's probably because of the whole the VA craziness that happened. I don't know. What a shame. I was getting warmed up. I could totally go for another round with those ethereals and a couple of solid strikes right to their core. Hurry back. Let's go. I'm tired and let's get out of the hollows. Okay. I guess that's it for Fufu for a while now. Oh, what? Okay. We're back. We took a lot of pictures. We got evidence. Okay.
Oh.
Nice. Still a few more ZZZ cast member to be announced, but hopefully they would do it eventually. I want to meet them all at cons. Fingers crossed they do it before Anime Expo. Assumingly so. Okay. I did hear people also talking about how they didn't like the fact that the entire quest is basically a tutorial of all the new functions that they added to the game on top of the story, and they kind of wish the story was separated from like the exploration of the town and like all the small functions and like quality of life changes. I actually agree with that assessment, I think, because but then the tour through the town also kind of makes sense because we kind of need some help. Like if you go to a new area and you have a friend, you know, they kind of show you around, so like that kind of makes sense. But I feel like also they're doing too much hand holding for all the new functions when I could probably just figure that out as I play. But maybe it's just to emphasize that look what else we added, guys. Aren't you glad? Kind of situation.
And from there, we do this.
What's with the moves?
What's with those moves? Are you working on a new technique?
They need to handhold because they don't. When they don't, people complain they don't know what to do. You can't please everybody all the time. I guess that's the moral of this story. No matter what you do, people complain.
Huh? No, I'm making plans. Look, what if we clean this place up, replace the floor tiles, get rid of the ads on the walls, and
My assessment is
and grow
Jufufu.
some pretty plants here? Oh, and that empty space over there. We could plant 2 rows of trees, and maybe we could even install some floor lamps along the way.
So, are you planning to renovate Swabian Temple?
Who is the voice actor for Fufu? Did they announce that yet? Probably not, right? Not until the banner releases, maybe?
That's right. Shifu put me in charge of the whole thing. Even though it's named Swabian Temple. Yeah, Swabian as in whatever works. Since we're going to be here for a while, we'll need to spruce things up a little.
Not even Yixuan? Really? Oh, interesting.
And not just the living area. I promised Shifu I'd get this place up and running again. We're bringing back the glory days when the temple was bustling with life.
That's nice.
The glory days?
I never saw it myself, but I've
Trigger?
heard stories
They
from
did.
the locals. Before
I think.
the old capital fell, Swabian Temple used to be a busy, bustling place. But then people from Yunquei Summit left, and only a few mystics stayed behind to check the place every now and then. It's been quiet here ever since. But now that we've returned, it seems fate has reunited us with this
Hold on.
place, and it's time to bring it back to life.
If you need help with anything, just let me know.
I can only tell you that I thought they literally announced it today. I thought I saw something on Twitter. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it was somebody else, a different character.
Alright, let's get to work. We're gonna give Swabian Temple a total glow up and surprise everyone.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's hard to keep track of everyone, so maybe they did, maybe they didn't, because everybody seems to be all announcing their roles this week, which is a lot of people. Let me introduce Bellion, the key helper in revitalizing Swabian Temple. Years after Yunquei Summit left Waifei Peninsula, they specifically sent Bellion here as a Bangbu liaison. So it's been hanging around here for quite a few years now. A legit old-timer at Swabian Temple, no doubt. Leave the temple to me and the master. Master? Hey, the dog. Master, been here for 4 years. Back when Swabian Temple was empty. You've been watching over us all this time. Usually the master should be referring to someone from Yunquei Summit, but don't worry. Thanks to the dog who's been watching over Swabian Temple for so long, this is definitely the home too. Let's take care of the place and make it lively again. It's so funny. Yeah, let's clean this place up. Bunch of trash everywhere. You and the dog pretty close, huh? Of course. Bellion loves the master. Everyone loves the master. Even though the master always seems indifferent to things, I know it actually likes you all. Please become good friends with the master. I got you, bro. Let's work together. What is this? Restoration. Okay, we're actually really fixing this place up. Let's kick off the revival of Swabian Temple with some good business management. Head to the crafting station. What are we crafting? Furnitures? Select the Bangbu assistant. Okay. Type 1. Acumen stats the higher production efficiency. And then when they say efficiency, I'm assuming it's time related. Okay, yeah, 5 seconds crafting time. Okay. I'm gonna clean up the new temple. Sure. Call Victoria Housekeeping. They'll clean. Hire them. And then I'll take all the polychromes. Collect. What is this? Aptitude Talisman. Specialized instrument for exploring the hollow. What is that used for? I mean, for exploring the hollow, but what does it do? Oh, it's just nothing. We just sell it. Station a Bangbu assistant for sales? I feel like... Oh god. Dude, this is literally my day job.
My entire day job is like finding items and selling them. Why am I doing my day job inside a Zenless Zone Zero, bro? God, no. Oh, we gotta start selling items. We gotta stock inventory and start selling them. Oh God. Okay. Earn Cloud Crest by selling goods to level up the temple. Okay, I get the gist now. Alright. Time to go to work. I suppose so. Is this part of like one of the events for the new patch? Or is this just part of the main story? Okay. Yes and yes. So part of the main story, but it's also an event, I guess. Okay. I'm assuming then this is one of those events that kind of like stay even after the patch ends. One of those like yeah, permanent events. Okay, makes sense. Visit Yamcha Sin. Let's go. That's why you guys are saying this takes a while. Because there's all this stuff. Which is fine, I don't mind it. But this is still a little bit confusing. So okay. Discovery. Can we make more other stuff? No. Why don't I just stock 30? Is that a bad move? This is the only thing we can make right now anyway. It takes 9 minutes. And then what? We go to sell. Oh, it takes time to sell. I see. Then what's the next mission here? Alright, we gotta push the story, it seems. Okay. Okay. That's for later. You basically want to keep crafting to sell them. Kind of want to just craft whatever I have left then. From the material, 30. Because it's going to take time to build and it's time to sell anyway. And then I'm out of materials. Do I? Wait. Oh. It's already building. Wait, what? Oh, it's automatic. Whatever. The bamboos are the ones doing my job, I see. What's going on here? Wild bamboo? This isn't your nest. It's Asia's fortune-telling stall. Get out of here. Woof. What's wrong with this bamboo? Asia has unusually excited response, determined to banish this dark round ball of laziness from its territory. Under Asia's urging, the bamboo reluctantly gets up and staggers to one side. After taking a few steps, it bends over and lies down on the ground again. What was that all about? What the heck? Forfeit Boo. That's the name? What's up, dude? Damn, you got a throne over here. What's up? What's going on? What are you doing here? Take... I don't feel like trying anymore. Nothing I do seems meaningful. I don't know what I've done, and I don't know what I'm supposed to do.
My head totally empty. I feel like there's something wrong with this bamboo. Only if Enzo was here, I guess I'll try to check it out myself. After a thorough inspection, you find the bamboo's memory storage module have been rare hardware defect, causing all parameters in its action module to be wiped clean whenever it enters sleep mode or loses power. My head's empty because I went into sleep mode due to low battery. Okay. Bamboo lore. Bamboos need at least 20% battery at charge at all times. So as long as I have a stable battery charge, my head will stay full. That's right. Is there any stable charging equipment here? And where does Bellion usually charge? I should ask Jufufu. No thoughts had empty. Apparently. Name's Forfeit Boo. What's up, guys? There's a weird bamboo over there. We need a charging station. Bellion has its own charging station. Yunkwei Summon installed it way back. It's right here in my place. Use it whenever you want. Maybe it's the pillar that it's sitting on. Oh my god, wireless charging. In that case, I don't have to lie here anymore. I can just lie at your place and charge. I can't just lie here. I need to get out there and search every corner of Weifei Peninsula for clues. For clues? Where did I come from? Who else knows me? That bamboo is a path strider of nihility. That's so funny. I can't run low on battery. Can I come recharge every now and then? Sure. Oh, this bamboo is going to help us with the renovations. Oh, maybe not. We're giving it a mission. We regularly send bamboo to help collect supplies, which is perfect for exploring different parts of Weifei Peninsula. So, how about becoming a dispatch bamboo? You travel regularly, gather items, and bring them back. Oh my god, our own Uber. Where you can then charge your battery. Think of it a way to set off the charging cost. We got our own Uber Eats. Okay. Oh, this is part of this. Dispatch. So this whole thing is just run by a bunch of bamboos. We just gotta set up the tasks. I want... Can I get a 20 hours? Come on. Damn. Okay. Oh, this is where we gathered the supplies to actually craft the furniture things. Okay. Damn, this thing just gives me polychromes. Okay. Can I then reset this? Damn. Okay. I guess 15 minutes the best. It's the best I got. And then they're all the same, I think. Oh, they got like their own stamina bar or energy bar. Oh, they're charged. Makes sense. Of course. Flim, what's up? Discovery? I guess as long as I have the items, I can unlock items. Are you doing the event? I suppose so. It's like part of the main quest, it seems. To renovate the temple. Okay, so if as long as I have the materials, I can unlock new things. Good morning to you, Flim. Go craft. Let's craft a new thing. 188. Fuck it, why not? Okay. So the number that I'm crafting is just the time. Or how many it's gonna craft, or I just have to set it. Okay. It's pretty simple enough, I think. Oh, and that's how you collect right away. Okay. What do you do with the coins you collect? I know they probably mentioned it, but... Is it this thing? Oh, you spend it to upgrade. That's what this is. Oh, just keep going. Okay. Just kind of like follow the tutorial. Okay. We go talk to Sweetie. Let's go talk to the hottie. Let's go. She's waiting for us. What's up, girl? I'm here for the commission. Fufu sent me. We gotta go into the hollow, beat stuff up, bring things back. Okay. Collect the Lumite ore. Cool. If only we could see her backside. We can. We can. We can't. Funny enough, I haven't heard her in game yet, but her VA announced herself on Twitter. Really? That's funny. Oh, it's probably because she already has voiced them. Oh, was that her voice? Just not in the dialogue, just idle voice? Maybe that's what it was then. Explore the city with Fufu. Let's go. I get to bring my own party. Let's go.
I am the Eye of Obel. What? I can help you ward off misfortune and disaster.
Where's Bellion? What does Bellion even do? Physical damage. When there are two or more Yunqui summoned character in your squad, Bellion's damage increase. So it's like I shouldn't use Bellion right now. because I don't have 2 or more Yunkai Summit characters. Whatever, doesn't matter. Sheer Force? Maybe that definitely helps then. Trigger's here, you know? Low-key, Trigger's one of my favorite characters in this game. She's very interesting in various ways. I really do like Trigger. She's really easy to play too.
The environment here is complicated. It's kind of difficult to make out the area around.
I want
us.
Trigger skin, dude. That's what I want.
You're right. It must be the strong ether turbulence. But if the turbulence exists, it must have a source. If we can find it.
If we can find it, what, Phil? What? If we can find it.
Source? Oh, Shifu mentioned something about it before. Let's search for it.
Okay, let's search for it. How do I activate this little thing next to Trigger's portrait? What is that? What is that? What is this? Oh, it's the main menu. Why is that over there? I could just... Oh, it's just... Why is there... Oh, that's why. Great. Wait. There's more. You should do the current Lost Void after you finish the quest then. I was planning to. I didn't do it at all on purpose. Because I wanted to like make sure that I do the story first. Why? Is there like a reason? That you're saying that? Didn't she like Trigger? Oh! Okay, yeah, for sure.
Adjusting for wind. Press the advantage.
Who's next?
Soar with the wind.
What's up, guys? You guys good? You chilling under the bridge?
An opening.
You guys are chilling under the bridge? Okay. Who's next? Ooh. A strong looking dude. Some bosses will activate miasmic field, granting enemies within it massive defense and damage reduction bonus. Damage or defense. Defense as if it matters against sheer. That's why each one is like fucking so I don't want to say required, but you know, makes your life easy this patch. Miasmic field increases their defense. Of course it does. And then of course sheer ignores defense. While the miasmic shield is active, they cannot be stunned. Agent attacks can reduce the miasma shield with increased effectiveness when using dodge counter. Whatever, just beat him up. I got it.
That big guy looks pretty dangerous. Watch out! We can't just leave it.
Oh,
Let's
that's
take
the
it out
miasmic
together.
shield. I see it. I seize it.
Swift yet still. Got it.
You guys push over.
Adjusting for wind.
I definitely hit it, but my attacks don't seem to be doing anything.
Push over.
What's going on? Something isn't right with this thing.
Why? It's dying. What do you mean?
Clear yet murky.
Easy. It got away. Hold on. Don't rush after it. This isn't the place we should blindly charge into. Let's go get the ether singularity under control first, okay?
Looked like it could still fight. Why did it suddenly run off?
Because it got scared, obviously. Wait, what's that chest doing up there? Is that a real chest or a fake chest?
There's no time. Let's secure the ether singularity first.
Okay, we don't have time.
The moment the target's exposed. Adjusting for wind. Swift yet still. Got him. I'm cornered. Recalibrating.
It's weird looking. Observation singularity. Its presence severely reduces visibility in the hollows. If you can control and manage the ether within, you can turn it around to our advantage. So we have to do the little cool eyeball and elemental vision thing. Oh, we just don't even need to do that. We just gotta talk to it. What the? It's a map downloader. Okay. Okay, cool. Chests. Alright. Coolio. It's like what do you call that in Genshin again? Towers? Is that what we used to call it? Just towers that open up the minimap? Wait, no, that's the Statue of the Seven. I guess that's what this is, really, then. Okay.
We can finally see clearly. The supplies we need are just ahead.
Adjusting for wind.
Over there! Let's take the elevator down. Great.
Okay,
The elevator's still functioning.
Okay, got it. Ooh, look at that guy. Do you guys know what the number means on top of their head? I've never seen this before, and I didn't pay attention enough to the tutorial to know what that is. I've noticed these, like, what is that 55? What is that? Does it have to do with miasma stuff, or is it something new? Is it level 55? Oh, it's actually their level? Okay. My guess it's how old. That fucker's 55 years old? Oh god, holy goodness.
This bullet will reach its mark.
55 years old.
It's the target's exposed. Recalibrating.
And the winner is me!
Oh, they all died.
To the skies.
Okay, that's helpful. I guess it's one of those quality of life things. It's pretty nice. I don't know if it was necessary, but why not, right? There's got to be something over here. Where's there a gigantic path over here? Hey, what's up, guys?
Obliterate form and spirit. Release.
Press the advantage.
Whoops. How do I do this? Hey, what's up? I have the coin. I didn't use the coin. Whatever.
Soar with the wind.
What's up here? Oh god, I'm getting distracted. What's up, guys?
Be a mind at one.
The target's exposed.
Ah, I hate this. Multiple path dungeons. I just fucking stepped on a bomb. I have to explore every corner. It's the only way. Wait, I've been here before. And I complained. Wait. And a lot of chests. I kind of want all the chests. Who's this? Marcel files. What? Isn't that Fall Guys? Okay, maybe that's just later stuff. Yeah, I guess I would just do all the extra stuff later and just follow the quest for now, because I can always come back here. It's not like this dungeon's like locked behind, or I can only come in here once. Okay, what's this? Oh, it's like a field. You know, having a mini-map actually is pretty helpful. That door's locked. Where am I? Hey. Oh, it was just for this chest? Okay.
Soar with the wind.
Ah. Look, over there. It's the ethereal we just saw. Wait, where? Oh, I see him. He's like fucking camouflage behind those thorns. It seems like it's enhancing itself using strange miasma clusters. Is it why we couldn't take it down earlier? Looks like we need to clear it out. Speed him up. What is this? Miasma Cogula, which enhance the boss enemy. The Cogula have special weak points that can be broken using disintegration technique. My super sight? Following the miasma flow in the scene will lead you to a special weak point. What the fuck? It's right there. It's right there. Okay. Alright, simple enough. Kind of reminds me of Expedition 33 puzzles. What's up, bro? You good? How you hanging? Damn, you got winded from our last battle. You can't even see me. You're so tired. So
Ether vision activate. Increase firepower.
I can't see. I can't see.
Obliterate form and spirit. As decreed. Your fate is sealed. It's almost time. Press the advantage.
Catch this one.
Purge corruption, restore clarity.
Easy. One full combo and it's dead, sadly. Alright, all wiped out. Now we can collect the supplies. Look, just those boxes over there. The boxes of special coating that keeps the supplies inside safe from corruption. Give them a quick check and let's take them back. Okay. I wonder what 2.1 live stream will be like. Probably same old, you know? Except if you're talking about like what the story would be like, I guess we'll find out. Only 10 days left on this first half. For the banner stuff? Yeah. Alright. Supply piles can only be collected once, will not respawn. So small supply collection points will respawn on the second day after collection. So like what, every other day? Daily collection limit. You can automatically collect research points within a certain range. Oh. Wait, what are these supplies are for our renovation? Wait, no, this is for the tea house. This is what we just did was a commission for the tea house. For Sweetie. There she is. I was just looking for you guys at the temple. By the looks of it, you've already been to the hollow. Yes. We finished the commission. Incredible. Ever since Yunkai Summit got here, you're snagging all the commissions here. As luck would have it, more and more people are posting commissions at Yumcha Sin lately. Why don't you take advantage and pick up a few more jobs? That's exactly what I was thinking. Let's focus. This is how we're gonna get. Okay, we're making money out here. We can collect supplies and expand our network. It will really help the temple. The supply stuff is for the temple management. Okay, the actual things that we use to do the management game, the mini game, right? Having to ask people to run back and forth to relay info about new commission is quite troublesome. Can't keep leaving my post to deliver messages like this. Thanks, Bellion. Why did they make Sweetie so hot? I know. Not even playable character. So sad. Okay, so those are the materials for us to build more stuff. So this is like... I like this. Eventually we'll go to a point where we finish everything and we'll never have to do this again. But for the sake of like content, like new things to do for a period of time in the new area, this is actually not that bad. It will eventually get like repetitive, but it's new. So it's cool for now anyway. And then eventually when we finish, we don't have to deal with it anymore. I wish she would wear her glasses. She would look very different with glasses on, I bet. Okay. So we got... Oh, we can submit all of it. Great. Cool. So we're done with this. That was quick. That's a name card. Okay. Level up. Let's go. Start a total of 2 adventures in the production area. Dispatch. What is early collection? Oh, okay. Couple minutes. Oh, it counts as us already doing it. Great. Eventually, you develop a routine and get easy and streamlined. I'm level 35 now. 35, damn. I've unfortunately gotten spoiled in Twitter. Let's just say 2.1 stuff is going to be very interesting. I only saw one thing, and I tweeted about it. But I don't know if it's supposed to be 2.1 or a different patch. Because, you know, most times the leaks are not very accurate. But we'll see. We'll see. Oh, we're at the area 2 now. Let's do that. Bang, boo. Auto. Confirm. Dispatch. Great. Don't get caught up in this right now and continue the story. Isn't this part of the story that they're forcing me to do? I thought I was supposed to be doing this right now. Did I misclick on the quest or something? It's fine. There's like a limit of how much I can do at a certain point because it's tight. Like, yeah, there's a bunch of waiting times. Oh, this is the restoration things for the level. Just keep going until it gives you... Oh, okay. It's cool. I'm just kind of like slowly pushing through it. So, bro, are we still in the renovation thing?
Ah.
Oh, you flatter me.
Oh.
Senior Yinhu prepared an amazing feast to welcome you. The spread is incredible, ranging from soup dumplings to various stir-fried dishes. Everything's so delicious, you couldn't help but take a few more bites, and before you know it, night has fallen. Yay! Hey, it's our it's our one-on-one time with our senpai, Shifu. Hey, did you call for me, Shifu? There a private one-on-one time again? With our meridians? Oh yes. Meridian regulation time. Following each one, Bell arrives at a quiet spot at the designated time. Bell sits cross-legged. Yeah. Okay.
Oh.
Shifu helping us with our meridians, yo. Oh shit. The mayor wanted to grant me the title of Void Hunter, but I haven't accepted yet for various reasons. Okay. That's why she's not officially a quote-unquote Void Hunter. I didn't know it was like a title that would just be given out. I thought it was like a specific, very like almost like a hereditary thing. But I guess it wasn't, and it's like you could also just be like granted the title of Void Hunter. Interesting. She just didn't accept yet. That's why we don't call her a Void Hunter. Oh. When I joined Yunqui Summit, I spent quite a bit of time training. I wasn't as comfortable as you are now. I went through some tough times. My Shifu was a man of integrity, but his methods were somewhat strict. It was quite challenging to learn under him at first. As time went on, things happened with this sect, and now I'm the only one left. Sounds like a lot has happened. Yes, now you've learned the technique of Yunqui Summit. Perhaps it's time I told you of its past. Yichuan lowered her head and thought for a moment, then shakes her head. Well, you should rest up early tonight. You shouldn't overstimulate your mind after being adjusted to your meridian. She's stalling! She's stalling more than me! What a nice Shifu. Time for bed. I wish I could date your Shifu. What? I bet we can go to the movies together. That's the date, no? Okay. Bunch of commotion outside. See, this is what Dr. Lore wants. But to what end? Obviously doing it on purpose. Wait, where's my quest marker? I'm assuming it's the red one. Oh, hey, what's up, everybody? What's going on? What's all the commotion?
Miss Bell, you're here. Thanks to you, we were able to expose the incident covered up by Porsalumix and Tops.
That's right! Dr. Lore told us about it. You went to the abandoned area and found evidence of the medicine being tampered with. With this proof, we finally have the leverage to rally more victims and confront Damien for proper compensation. We've got the upper hand now.
Do we?
Won't let them get away with it.
I don't like the sound of this.
Oh, right. We're planning to confront Damien soon. Could you stop by and let Dr. Lore know? He should be at his clinic. I haven't had the guts to make calls lately. After all, Porsalumix might be listening in, trying to sabotage our plan.
Okay, I'll go let him know. Don't worry, I'm good with electronics, so they shouldn't be able to listen in on me.
Okay, I'm counting on you.
I'll give you my number.
The green
If you
hair
wanna
guy?
contact Derek, just call me.
Oh, what's his name? Yay? Go to Dr. Lore's clinic. Of course it's underground. Can this guy get more sketchier? Oh my gosh. Okay. It's like an underground doctor. Sure. Huh. I wonder what's gonna happen with this guy though. I'm really curious.
Welcome.
Who is this guy? What are you wearing? What is that? What the fuck? Oh! Hey, what's up, bro? Oh. Yo, bro, I did not expect you here. You got here quick.
Belle, you're back. I just got here thanks to Senior Ye. Luckily, nothing bad happened along the way.
What's up, bro?
I'm just glad you made it here safely. By the way, we found evidence of the corruption incident in the Hollow. According to Dr. Lore, Porsalumix has been trying to cover up the fact that the defective supply of anti-corruption medicine caused the accident. Now Dr. Lore and Eric want to get more people to join the protests and fight for the compensation they deserve. But something doesn't feel right about this.
See, I'm telling you, Belle knows what I'm thinking. It's just like we have the same mind.
Isn't it obvious?
Oh.
That Damien is definitely up to
I
no
guess
good.
it's obvious.
Maybe he sent people to intercept you two because he was afraid that word of the production incident would get to the mayor.
Let's not jump to conclusions. Intercepting the mayor's investigators is clearly a provocation. It doesn't seem like Tops' style to me.
Indeed. From what I know about Tops, they tend to act more like business people, weighing the costs of every action. The attack on the airship earlier didn't seem like their style either. That'd be like painting a target on their own backs.
Then there's someone stirring up trouble behind the scenes?
So it would seem.
Worry not. I have a feeling someone will come and explain it to us in person soon enough.
Ah, she has prophesied yet again.
Who?
Damien.
Oh god, I'm like one with the game.
You mean Damien's gonna explain things to us? Are you serious? Did
I see the future.
define this as well?
I also have divinations as well.
No, it's simply a matter of knowing
Oh.
how Tops operates.
Oh, yeah, that's what I meant. What divination?
Sure, they flex their muscles before negotiations. But if the odds are stacked against them, they will immediately bow out. That is their style.
Pre-watched. Oh god, this streamer. So fake. A commotion suddenly arises from the outside the Subian temple. Paninu goes over there to check out on things.
Shifu, you were right. Damien is standing outside the entrance. He wants to see us.
He came sooner than I expected. Let him in.
How is this story going to shape up now? I'm so intrigued.
I had some other matters that needed my attention, so pardon my tardiness. I heard that you put your lives on the line to investigate inside the Hollow, and you didn't inform me. Perhaps I've grown too negligent. I'm just glad to see everyone safe and sound. Or my superior would have had my head. My employees told me that you found expired production plans in the abandoned zone, so I came specifically to clarify. Those plans are a trade secret of Topps and are in no way related to the accident, so please don't misunderstand.
Huh? Mr. Damien, what's with the sudden friendly attitude? This is unexpected.
Maybe we've been fooled this entire time. Maybe Damien is the good guy.
Yeah, where did that arrogant attitude go? Now that we've found evidence against you, you've completely changed.
That sounds too
Even
simple.
Your eyes have a certain sparkle to them.
I'm sorry you perceive me that way, but I never intended to make an enemy of Yunquei Summit.
Some people want Damien to be playable. This guy, he's not gonna ever be playable. His design is too bland.
It's just that as a manager, I had to put my company first. But now things are different. The workers I manage have started protesting, and I'm doing my utmost to process compensation.
Process compensation? But Dr. Lore said you deliberately covered up records of the incident. Doesn't sound like you were processing compensation to me.
Huh? There must be some misunderstanding. I've applied for proper compensation and am now waiting for approval. That's all.
So, weirdly enough, I believe him. All it really is Dr. Lore is trying to undermine the situation. That much is clear to me now. But I don't understand where this is going. That's the missing link.
As the person in charge, I do my best to ensure fair treatment of my employees. You heard all this from Dr. Lore, did you? What else did he tell you?
He said you threatened him and stopped him from treating people with corruption.
Yes, that
What?
is true. He doesn't have a medical license.
Oh.
So I prevented him from providing illegal treatment, as any sensible person would.
Not only does he have a clinic underground, he calls himself a doctor, but he has no license. We've been bamboozled.
And I suspect there's something wrong with his methods of treating my employees.
Something wrong?
That's right. He's been persuading my employees to give up the anti-corruption medicine provided by Topps in favor of his alleviating water.
Dude, that sounds like cult behavior. He is with the cult.
Although its actual potency is questionable, he seems to have gained many followers after the accident. Many have bought his medicine now. He must have made a fortune. But considering its composition, his pricing is clearly too low. I can't make sense of it. Is he not trying to earn any money? I'm still investigating that, but haven't been able to draw any conclusions since everyone from Yunquei Summit is now involved.
You know, now I think about it, it was never really stated that Topps is evil per se, right? Aren't they just a group of gigantic corporations and conglomerates that just are like rich, but then they just have governmental power to a certain degree? It's not like Topps is all bad. They're just like a part of the governing body that just so happens to be like opposing faction of the mayor and the Mayflower, which is fine because at the end of the day, that's like checks and balances. Or not, or maybe Topps is just all pure evil and I'm just speaking out of my ass.
Are you saying there's something wrong with Dr. Lore's medicine?
They're still a-holes? I mean, look at politicians, you know?
Exactly.
The way I see it, he's using his medicine to turn more employees against me. Even going so far as to discredit Porcelumex's medicine with fabricated lies. What's more, those from the union have always wanted more compensation, so they've ganged up on me. I'm aware that it might be difficult to convince everyone from Yunquei Summit to believe me.
It sounds like the fucking voice actor strike, dude. Oh, fucking unions! They will not let it go! They don't want to fucking negotiate. They just want more. Jesus. I'm aware that it might be difficult to convince everyone from Yunquei Summit to believe me, but please try looking into it yourself.
As proof, I'll send you the corruption case files and compensation progress. If you ever have any other questions, feel free to contact me.
Okay. Let's not forget that they are in bed with the Exaltists. Has that been confirmed? I don't remember if that was confirmed or not. If it's confirmed, then okay. But like if it isn't, I'm still under the like assumption that not all tops is bad, but some family group or organization within tops definitely are doing some shady things. 1.6, 1.7 told us. Oh, if they literally came out and said they were like evil, then I guess that's it. That's pretty much it. But it is nuanced though. That's what I was thinking. Like, for example, they say that, oh, Tops is like working together with the Exaltists, which on the surface, technicality wise, it could be true because yes, some part of Tops could be working with the Exaltists, and maybe it was more like a misdirection, generalized statement, but in reality, there's more to the story kind of situation. You know? Like it's always something like that, right? In like a storytelling, it's like they don't tell you the whole picture, but they just tell you some of the picture and they don't really elaborate, so we assume certain things. Yeah, I am under the assumption that it could be something like that. This entire time I assumed Tops was actually bad, but then now I'm thinking about it. If that's the case, then we were just under the wrong assumption this whole time. Who knows? Guess we'll find out eventually. Damien puts down the files and leaves Suibi in temple.
What's going on? Is Dr. Lore lying to us?
Of course he is. I told you he had a punchable face.
Let's not jump to any conclusions.
Oh, okay.
We should first verify his claim by checking the files.
Leave it to me, Belle.
It's always
I'll
gray.
verify the authenticity of
Never
the data
black
once
and
I'm
white.
done debugging the system.
That would be great. Meanwhile, let's investigate the people who are being treated. Maybe we'll find something.
Understood, Shifu. I'll go ask around.
Yeah, let me ask some buddies of mine. I'm sure we'll come up with something.
I can help. I'll ask Dr. Lore and Eric and see if we can get to the bottom of this.
Good. This is a complicated matter and we need to get some clear answers.
Okay. Everyone heads off in a different direction to start investigating, but Wise remains and seems to have something to say.
Belle, is there any progress regarding the photo?
I've asked around in the Hollow, but I haven't learned anything new yet.
I see. Well, I can't say I'm surprised. Don't worry, Belle. We'll investigate together from now on. We'll get to the bottom of this.
Hey. Okay. Wait. Oh my god. This thing above his head, it's like is breaking the rules of physics. It's like a flat dimension in a 3D space. That's crazy. What the fuck is that? I'm out of stock. Alright, yeah, we'll do this later. Tops is not a single organization, it's an alliance of corporations and wealthy families, and many of them pursue their own agendas. So while some may be in cahoots with the Exaltists, others may be working against them. Yeah, I think that's a good summary. I feel like that's pretty accurate. I really like this new area. It just feels so cozy. I thought it would be way bigger, but it's not, and I like that it's not. What's up, bro?
Where in the world did Paolo go? Don't tell me he actually went into the hollow.
BGM is nice too. It is. I like it a lot.
Minato, what are you doing here? Are you looking for someone?
Oh, Belle, it's you. Have you seen Paolo? I haven't been able to reach him.
I'm also looking for him. I want to ask him and Dr. Lore about the alleviating water.
Last I heard from him, his wife and him were going into the hollow to get anti-corruption treatment from Dr. Lore. Did he really do it, though? You wanted to ask about the alleviating water. Something wrong?
I got some questions. Do I think this guy's will be playable? Of course, yeah. His design is playable character design.
Not really.
It's very like detailed,
I just wanted to know
3D.
the story behind the alleviating water. Paolo said that Dr. Lore was going to treat them in the hollow, right? I'll try to ask them about it. Anyway, thank you.
By the way, Belle, I asked my buddy to investigate the photo you showed us.
Oh.
Oh, how did it go? Any news?
Well, my buddy said that lately there's been a ton of miasma in Lemnian Hollow. A bunch of people inside the hollow took pictures of it around the porcelain production zone. Someone might have taken the photo around then, but the background is all blurry, so no one knows which production zone it is.
I see. I didn't think you'd turn out to be so reliable. I'm not gonna lie, you seemed a little intimidating the last time we met.
Ah, I was just pulling your tail. Just forget that ever happened.
It's so funny that he's the one saying it.
Oh, and if you see Paolo, please tell him that his daughter has been freaking out about him. I can keep trying to comfort her, but I'm not so good with kids. He should at least call her when he's free and spend some time with his family.
Damn, Paolo's gonna die. God. This is like the brightest freaking vibrant red flag I've ever seen. This is like so out of pocket dialogue that has to do with the daughter and family. Oh my god. Paolo is dead. I am sure of it. My goodness, no. When you see Paolo, remember to pass on my message. His daughter's been waiting for him to come home. GG, he's done for. My goodness. Sometimes I feel like these NPCs or these characters should just like shut their mouth. Yikes. He'll be fine. No, he's definitely dead. I don't believe you one bit. He's so dead. Paolo's dead.
Everyone, I verified the incident report that Damien sent me. He did actually file a claim, but the amount of compensation is still being determined. I even used a special connection provided by the mayor to verify it, so it's all true. So he wasn't lying. Then could Dr. Lore be? Have our other investigations come up with anything?
Damn. Fucking... Him and his wife, they're both gonna die.
I asked a few workers who all drank the alleviating water. Their experience sounded a little strange. They said that drinking the stuff not only alleviated their pain, but also made them drowsy and have strange dreams.
Strange dreams of the creator? Oh, Jesus.
Strange dreams? You mean like seeing things from the past?
Huh? You heard about it too? Yeah, they said that after drinking the alleviating water, many of them dreamed of fond memories. Things
interesting.
from their childhood, happy events, and so on. Some of them even dreamed about family members who had already passed away. Dr. Lore told them that it's a normal side effect of taking the medicine, but something still feels off. Huh? Shifu, what's wrong?
Could it be that the alleviating water contains miasma?
Miasma? How could that be?
Direct contact with miasma can numb the senses and even induce hallucinations. The patient wouldn't sense pain and would even feel that their corruption has been alleviated. Could this be the true cause behind the so-called healing effects of the alleviating water?
Yes, I speculate the alleviating water contains miasma. Dr. Lore fooled his patients with this analgesic effect. The medicine itself is only a placebo, which would explain why he duped the workers. By raising suspicion of Porcelumex's medicine, he could then push his own product.
I can't believe he fooled me. Oh, how gullible I am.
Right. I heard miasma has been spreading through Lemnian Hollow. Maybe Dr. Lore used that to make fake anti-corruption medicine. His statement about using the production line abandoned by Porcelumex to produce medicine was probably just a lie.
If that's true, this man is really despicable.
I know it. Let's go punch him in the face. His ugly ass chin.
How many people has he tricked? Mixing miasma into medicine could trigger corruption in lots of people. We need to stop him. Where could he be right now?
I heard Paolo went into the Hollow with some workers to receive regular treatment from Dr. Lore.
He drank the miasma. That's why he was able to fool me? Oh my.
We should hurry and see if we can find him inside.
Yes, we need to find Dr. Lore and verify the truth as soon as possible.
Time of the essence.
Belle, this is the treatment zone that the workers mentioned. I tried tracking a communication signal nearby. It's faint, but it's close.
Huh? There's miasma everywhere. Who would actually choose to treat people in a place like this?
The workers said it's to avoid Porcelumex, but I have a feeling that's not the case. Anyway, let's look.
Yeah, Paolo's definitely dead. I know I shouldn't be laughing, but like, it's just so blatant. Oh my god, now we're playing with Pan. This is literally, guys, my first time playing Pan. Oh my god, this is going to actually determine whether I build him or not. Oh, we got the entire party. I have no idea what this guy does, but... Oh, what's up, bro? Oh. When Pan Inu hits an enemy with the EX special attack, Mountainous Pulse Strike, the previous character's quick assist is triggered. So a quick assist to the previous character. Why they word it like that? The agent who enters via the quick assist gains a sheer force increase. Following this, Pan Inu will launch special attack Touch of Death until his break force points runs out. He's also an off-field character quick assist support that gives break or give what do you call it? The cheer. It's in green and I've been avoiding reading the green. Okay. So he's pretty simple. EX special to quick assist out into previous character, which is most likely going to be Izhuan. And then he'll do like additional attack off field.
Ethereals, stay sharp, everyone.
Other than that, though, so are you like still quick assist? He got stacks. Is he attacking off field? Yeah, okay. Easy. What's up, Tim? Never knew Casey was in this game. That's fucked up, bro.
Hey, look!
Watch out. There's quite a few miasma cogulas here. Wait, so then he's like super easy to play. You just gotta level up his skill and you're done. You don't even really need to give him discs. Unless it scales with something, his sheer force damage increase. But usually support characters like this don't really have anything. that scales like that. It's all based on their like main trait that you just upgrade. Panda alt heals. Oh. But again, I don't think they would scale with anything, right? I'm assuming it's just like a flat increase and flat healing based on like the rank of the skill. Okay. It scales of attack. Oh, okay. So it's like Nicole and like Lucy then. Okay. Then it's really easy to build. You just fucking get... And I'm sure it has a cap, so you just stack everything attack and you're done. Like you could probably reach the cap with just your weapon and your slot 2 of the main stat attack. Okay. That's cool.
Why is there so much miasma around here?
Where are all the people receiving treatment?
Just complete its core passes and level up also more healing.
Weirder.
Sure. Wait, I can check now. Oh, I cannot check now. No! Wait, I own him. What am I doing? I fucking own the dude.
This is the path I follow. Huh? What good dad?
Come on.
I'm
only the brain.
Do you want me to fight? Or cook?
Yeah, it's a level increase. What's the one that scales off of attack? Is his all field damage? The shear? Is it the shear bonus? The sheer force provided by this effect cannot exceed 540 points. Oh, well, okay, here. Yeah, oh, it's right here. It's fucking right here. This effect provides a sheer force equal to 18% of initial attack and lasts 25 seconds. And it has a cap of 540. So you basically want your attack at like 2,000? Around? Something like that, math. And then you're done.
Do you want me to fight? Or cook?
$3K? Okay, so it's 3K. 3K?
Eradicate all evil.
Huh?
Is the what? Has me a good day, Proxy.
24.
To what do I owe the pleasure? One. Let's take a break. Has me good.
I can help you.
I've got your. Ooh, we really harmonize.
Oh. 3K is probably pretty easy to get.
Bell, I'm picking up a comm signal up ahead.
Damn, this guy's loud.
For help. We've got to check it out. Quick.
What's with all these canisters again? Oh, I'm just collecting them. Are these materials for renovations? Yeah, okay.
Place is filled with miasma and ethereals. Is this really a suitable place for treating patients?
Oh, this guy spins too!
Seems more like a meeting spot for Hollow Raiders to me.
Allow me to
Canisters to reduce your miasma. Oh, the red bar at the bottom.
Shady.
Makes sense. Butt slam. There. need to fight him, I guess. Whatever.
Why are these things everywhere? We're in a hurry!
Weasel's attempting a sneak attack!
Watch me take you down in no time!
I'm not used to using stun characters. Like, I'm so used to using like Astra and stuff that you don't really need to bring out the stun character all that much. So Fufu, like, I need to be aware of like bringing her out to stun quicker. But then these monsters are so fucking weak anyway, so I don't really need to. Hey, what's up, Paulo? You're so dead. What's up, bro? Oh, he's oh, it's happening.
It's you.
It is me.
Save me.
I can't, bro. I
Save
can't,
me.
dude. The story writers already determined your fate. I can't do it, bro.
Paolo, what's wrong?
I came with my wife to see Dr. Lore for a regular treatment. I drank the alleviating water.
They're both dead.
Why does it still hurt so much? Help me.
Oh shit!
Save my wife.
I just understood.
Over there.
The boss is her. The boss is her wife or his wife. The new boss is his wife.
His corruption is flaring up.
This guy's dead.
Fufu, Yinhu, you two prop him up. I'll try to regulate the ether in his body.
How could this happen? I don't think he's going to make it.
Careful there. Keep your distance.
Wait, do we gotta fight him? This is Fufu and Inu approach the Hell Pilot overrun by corruption, and the embryonic core appears on him. Okay, we're the one that has to kill him. Okay.
Wait! Don't tell me Paolo's already.
Where'd he go?
Senior, I saw him grow a core just now.
Oh, he flew away.
I'm afraid we're too late.
Master, a biosignal has been detected nearby. Signal interference high. I am unable to pinpoint its location.
Bell, those patients should be nearby.
Oh my god, it's the creator. Oh god. She's worshipping the creator. They're losing their mind. What even is the creator though? I still don't even know. Well, everybody's dead. There's nothing I can do about that. Okay. What's this all about? Damn, dude, we got so many powers from this whole, like, potential teaching stuff. Dude, we get so many perks.
Val, try the revelation technique I mentioned earlier.
So easy.
Leave it to me.
I think I see something.
We're like a manifested physical
different here.
version of a ultra super internet hacker.
She's already got it down so fast. Again. I totally saw this coming.
Oh no.
Yep, right. I'm not surprised. Not even a little bit.
It's okay, Fufu. You're the best. She's like, she wants to be like a little bit jealous.
How sloppy! Have a taste of the Yunhui Jet's unique technique!
His hat is a walk.
A weak spot.
Surrender now!
Strength and finesse.
Let me cut!
An opening.
I saved my own. Ow!
See what you're made of!
Get out of here! Get out of here! Get out of here!
Nice! The pests are all gone.
Look, there's someone up ahead.
What is that a
Are
picture
those the people
of?
Dr. Lore tricked into coming here?
Fairy becoming more useless. Plot twist: Fairy will become playable when she possesses an android body. Yo, remember the android that we saw in the Idol faction? Guess who it is? Yo, think about it. Oh shit. Seeing the other corruption symptoms gradually worsen, Yichuan temporarily stabilizes their condition and begins discussing your next course of action. Too many corrupted here. Although I can buy us some time with the technique, we must find anti-corruption medicine with haste. Okay, let's try to find it. In order to help the patients with the corruption, the group heads out to the production area for the medicine.
Those people just said Dr. Lore's on his way here. Wonder if we'll get to see him.
Maybe, maybe not.
I hope so. When he shows up, I've got plenty of questions. I want to ask him why he lied to everyone.
She's so like precious. Oh, what's up? Oh, what's up, guys?
What a dirty move! Should be more anti-corruption medicine around here. We need to find it fast.
Careful, this one looks like trouble.
So
They just keep coming.
my fucking reaction is so ridiculous.
We'll knock them down one by one. We've got no time to lose. Pull the save!
You lack training.
I should just stun this quicker. Instead of wasting all my time auto attacking, just fucking stun him and then kill him in 2 seconds. What am I doing? It's stunned. Why isn't it proccing? Oh.
Allow me.
I'll take charge.
I learned from the best. Here,
When put with the idle person I already reviewed a long time ago, the android wrote before I shy activity while her. I was joking, but appreciate it. With the info. I got you.
Well done.
Ooh.
Stuff keeps getting in my way. If we destroy the nearby miasma coagulum, we should be able to clear it out.
It looks so weird.
Careful. There's a lot of miasma around here. It'd be bad if we touched it.
Oh yeah? It'd be bad if we touched it, of course. Sure. Hey! What you doing here? Are we close to finishing or not? Because if we are, I'll finish it out. If not, I don't mind waiting another day. Because my eyes are heavy. My eyes are getting heavy slowly. I feel it. If it's any more than like 30 minutes left, then like maybe it's not a good idea. But if it's less than 30 minutes, I'm definitely I'll be good. Do I leave or do I continue? You got at least an hour? Okay, we'll do it tomorrow. That's a good stopping point. We'll finish it out tomorrow and then we'll take our time like figuring out, you know, the end of the story. I'm sure there's quite a bit of talking as well, so I don't want to try to like finish it out today and then rush and forget all, like lose out on all the important context just spamming dialogues. We'll just finish out tomorrow and then right here just relax for today anyway. Okay, I gotta do this later. Aha, it's this thing. Very nice. This gives you a Wenjin, right? But what the fuck? Character with the defense specialty. Is this any good? When the squad member's HP is greater than or equal to 50%, it takes less damage. That's miasma contamination. Only one instance of this effect can exist on the same squad. Okay. I feel like this is very, very, very... It's not the best. I think it's for Pan. Is he a defense character? But then this... Take 10% less miasma contamination is only for the person equipping this, right? It's not the whole party. I don't Reddit people say Caesar or Pan could use it for F2P engine. Ah, I see. The design of this Wenjin, I think, is the funniest part. It's cool. it's cool. It's free. So that's cool. All right. Great. Okay. All right, we'll stop here for today, guys. Thank you for watching. Appreciate you guys. We did stream like more than 5 hours today because I just decided to start streaming at like 6:30 for no reason. But thank you for watching. Thank you for supporting. I'll be back tomorrow at the normal time this time and finish out the story. Just FYI, Lost Void event is voiced. Wait, Lost Event or Cinema? Or both? They're all voiced? What the fuck? What? That's surprising. I'm gonna definitely do them. For sure. Say, Island, you should go on Jane Doe and walk around old time's sake. No. Tarnisha, didn't you say you got a computer? maybe you should get your own Jane Doe now. At least you have the capability to start farming for Jane Doe's rerun, you know? Start farming for Jane Doe's rerun. And then you can do that all yourself, buddy. Okay, guys. Thank you for watching. I appreciate it. I'll see you guys tomorrow, okay? Have a good day. Have a good night. Stay safe. Have a good Sunday. And I'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye. Bye. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. I'm gonna go rest for a bit. And then get ready to watch. Hopefully they win 3-0. So I don't have to stay out for too long. Bye-bye. Peace.